So we'll get going in a minute. But just before we do, can I ask you all just to take a moment to pull the mic closer to you so that you've got it like I've got mine, so that, because it's quite a big room and we were losing people yesterday. And, you know, particularly if you sort of turn your head or anything like that and the mic's further away, then we lose you. You know, there were a lot of good comments made, but it was quite difficult to hear people. So please just concentrate on making sure that the mic is sufficiently close. Okay, so I think with that, it says 9 o'clock on my PC, so I think we're good to go. We had a very good day yesterday. I think there are not many days that I can think of you know, the time I've been with the board, that we managed to approve so many final pronouncements as we did. I can only think of one instance that we did anything like that. And I think that was a great tribute to the combined work. And I think it really showed what, you know, what teamwork is all about. So thank you, everybody, both board, TAs, task force members, and of course, staff. You know, that was excellent. So we are, as we said yesterday, going to carry on in the order that the agenda papers are. So that means that we move into reporting sustainability programme information as the first item today. And I think, unless there's anything, Ross, you want me to say process-wise, I think we hand over to Agustina, who's done a very rapid turnaround job on analysing comments since the closing date for the exposure draft on the 16th of January, I think, if I'm right. So, Agustina, welcome, and over to you.
Good morning. Thank you, Ian. Good morning to the board members, technical advisors, staff, and observers. As discussed, I'll be presenting agenda item number 9. I would like to thank board members and technical advisors who provided me editorial comments ahead of today. I have actioned those, and then they are reflected on the latest draft. So I wanted just to call that out. The first agenda item number 921 is more for discussion purposes. I wanted to quickly discuss the 8083 was a limited scope project. The objective when the IPSASB put this forward for exposure and to receive comments, it was to address an urgent need from stakeholders regarding reports on sustainability program information. And to that effect, the IPSASB proposed amendments to non-authoritative guidance on RPG 1 and RPG 3, adding implementation guidance and illustrative examples. So that was the scope of the project, and the analysis that you will have seen across the papers was focused on that scope and providing a timely guidance to the stakeholders that are needing to report on sustainability program information. Both SMCs 1 and 2 were strongly supported by constituents. 83% either agree or partially agree, and when they agree, they should simply provide us their agreement, and we had some comments to that. Specifically, what we can see is that it was we received heavily engagement from all the regions. Some regions provided more engagement than others, but still every region was engaged and provided the responses to us. I wanted to quickly summarize some constituents' comments that we received. It specifically was definitions, possibly definition of sustainability program or green bond. We received requests for clarification of the content between authoritative and non-authoritative, consideration of amending RPG 2, and then additional IEs. These were some constituents' comments that we received, along with the heavily supported ED. With that, I think I would want to see whether any board members have any comments that they would like to discuss at this stage.
Thanks for the introduction, Agustina, and it's very pleasing that we got such positive responses from stakeholders, and we always knew that this was very deliberately a limited scope project. So it's not surprising that we did end up with quite a lot of those comments which actually start to stray more broadly. But I just wonder if there are any comments board members want to make at this stage before we start to move into the detail. Okay, so I think we're good. So move us into the specific items.
Thank you. So the first paper discusses the request for a definition by different constituents. Specifically, the focus here from staff and board sponsor was to see what was the scope of the limited project and whether this request for a definition of sustainability program or green bond was beyond what the scope of the project was. Taking that into account, and that the IPSASB now has advanced sustainability reporting, which is a broader scope project where a definition of sustainability will be better suited. The recommendation on this, it will be to maintain the scope of the project as initially proposed and exposed. And with that, I would like to ask the IPSASB if they agree with this recommendation.
Okay, so any disagreement with staff's recommendation there? Mike.
So thank you very much for the explanation. Well, I understand the need or the call for a need for a definition, and that remembered me when we developed the draft. We had a discussion about definition and consistency of wording, and I understand also the explanation why we at that point wouldn't define sustainability in that standard. However, I think there's a certain focus on what the IPSASB board is doing on sustainability, and there's a certain expectation. I think that we should even explain what's here in the agenda item paper explained in the basis for conclusions, just referring to other activities to, let's say, show that we are really aware of that we didn't define sustainability here at that document. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Other comments? I think you're right. I think it's quite important that we make sure that we've communicated. Obviously, we've got a slight timing issue in terms of which will limit what we can actually say in the document. And it may well be that it's a combination of what we say in the document and also what we say in our general communication at the moment in terms of what we're doing. I think that's always a challenge, but I think if we leave that as an instruction to staff to have a think about how we do that. The other thing that I would observe is obviously this project went alongside the work that OECD have been doing on green budgeting, and one of the challenges that there's been with that was the issue about what's green, what is a green bond and things like that. And certainly what OECD have been trying to do is move people away from sort of green tagging and that kind of thing, more towards actually focusing on the impacts of the program and what the program's actually designed to achieve. And again, I think that moves you away from, if you like, defining a sustainability program or whatever, more towards actually the focus is what are you trying to achieve and how is the program going to do that, and that's consistent with the examples. So I think that's always going to be a tension that we face. Scott.
Yes, thank you. Really, it usually comes up to be a definition of scoping more than it is about definition. So we ought to be careful what we do put in basis of conclusion. We don't want to telegraph that we're going to come up with a definition, because I actually don't think we will. I think at best we'll come up with a scope. So whatever we say, we need to be clear that we don't mislead as well.
Okay. I don't think anybody actually has put a boundary around it at the moment, probably very deliberately as we all explore the territory. Noyati.
I found out that the RPG1 and RPG2 is for the purpose of facilitating the sustainability program information, as well as what is the outcome of that program to. But the thing is, the consistency among the jurisdiction is quite, they need to know what is sustainability means. And I think somehow we have to explain or define the scope of the sustainability program itself. So the jurisdiction don't have their own interpretation on that. So it can be, for comparison purpose, is quite easier. Yes, thank you.
Ross.
Yeah, just on this point in messaging, I think it is important that we don't overstate what we might do in the broader sustainability program, but the comments we are talking about on scope and definition definitely do fall in that rather than this. This, again, if you remember, we approved the ED, it was really about making sure that people saw the existing guidance as developed can be applied to reporting on sustainability programs. So RPG3 applies to any program. It doesn't have to be sustainability. So that's why it's really difficult to say, well, this is what a sustainability program might be in this guidance. As long as you have a program that has objectives and indicators to report against, you can use the RPG3 model.
Back on that, Noyeti.
So meaning that sustainability on this RPG1 and RPG2 is only a portion of the objective of RPG for sustainability, long-term sustainability, and also the service performance. Is it? Thank you.
So I think what we might do, it occurs to me, is actually there is some discussion of this in the OECD document. And I'm wondering whether what we might do is just pick up a bit of so we're consistent with the kind of what's there. But I think you're right, we're going to need to bridge between, what we're trying to do is say you can apply the methodology whilst actually not actually putting firm boundaries around it. So we just need to see if we can just tweak what we've got, I think. Ross, did you want to?
I think we've already reflected what we thought we could take from that document. We can have a look. I actually think it's more of a broader communication issue that when we put this out with our webinar, with our press release, that we make it clear what we're doing in this project and that these models apply to programs, including sustainability programs, so that that's not lost. And then, we are picking up the broader comments in the further project that we'll take forward. And I just wanted to point the board to the BC that's been added, BC 42. And again, we can expand on that for Mike's comment, and we'll work with Mike and others who've had comments to maybe bring that back on Friday with, a little bit more based on these discussions.
Yes, certainly. I think it may well be easier to do it in basis for conclusions if we do it in the document. And I think that's the balance we have to strike at this stage, given that our ability to progress with sustainability reporting more broadly is still contingent on securing the necessary resources. So again, we need to be very careful in expectations management. Oh, Lucy, go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Actually, I agree with the staff recommendation to maintain the scope of ED 83 by not providing additional definitions of terms such as sustainability and other terms that the respondents would like to be defined. However, I suggest maybe that we can add a statement, or perhaps in the basis of conclusion, that would clarify that fiscal sustainability and environmental sustainability are two different topics, and that these even our future advancing sustainability reporting activities would not cover perhaps environmental sustainability, and that the fiscal sustainability matters will be discussed further through the larger advancing sustainability reporting guideline activities. Thank you.
Thanks, Lucy. So I mean, I think we'll have a look at the messaging, I think, that goes around this, because we're going to have to balance this in terms of what we can say at the moment. And, the key message is actually, look, you can use this now. It's not limited to any form of sustainability. So I think we'll need to get that messaging right. And as you say, Ross, we had some of that in the original press release as well. So I think we'll just we'll work out what we can do and what we can't do at this stage. Murray.
Thank you. Yes, I agree with the recommendation. However, I'm in confusing about the sustainability, fiscal sustainability definition, and the our perspective for the sustainability reporting is a longer terms, longer range, and so the longer term fiscal sustainability has to be defined clearly in order to we have the relationship between the sustainability reporting and the fiscal sustainability, and various project and policy over the longer term affect influence to the sustainability reporting. Thank you.
I mean, I think what you're referring to there, Mary, is one of the challenges that we had when we actually developed RPG1, because there was no definition of fiscal sustainability, and we had to develop one at that point in time. And the definition that we used had to balance off the fact that for a national government, you're probably looking at needing to go out 50 years because of population effects and so on. And I think that would also apply to climate change effects now. But if you're looking at a lower level of government, for example, then actually if it receives funding, the majority of its funding from a senior level of government, then actually you have a much shorter time frame. And so necessarily we couldn't be prescriptive about what the time frames actually were going to be. So it's very much a framework that you can use, with the exhortation that you think about, that you're very specific about the policy settings, what's the most important areas in terms of sensitivity of projections and so on. So I think you're right, it is a framework. And it deliberately doesn't tie people into specific timeframes or anything like that. And that was just one of the real challenges we had in writing the guidance in the first place. Having led the task force, I remember wrestling with that. I think John Veriner was also involved in that one, if I remember. So I think you're right, it is a tension, but I think we just need to perhaps make sure that we say to people, you need to think about the level of government that you're at in terms of then setting the parameters around it. So longer term might be quite short term for lower levels, and longer term up to 50 years for more senior levels of government. Okay. So I think we're content with maintaining the scope with those, with just a further look at what's in the basis for conclusions, and then thinking very carefully about how we communicate the balances that we're trying to strike at the moment, and the ambition, but contingent. Okay.
Thank you. The agenda item 9.2.3 discusses SMC1, specifically the comments that we received, additional for clarity. And in SMC1, as I mentioned before, there was a strongly supported, 83% of constituents supported the non-authoritative guidance added. But one of the themes that was noted was that they wanted further clarity and consistency between the authoritative guidance and the non-authoritative guidance. So minor edits were made to the IGs in that perspective. And we added VC 42 to explain the scope of the project that, based on our previous discussion on the previous paper, we'll be expanding on and coming back on that. So the question to the IPSASB will be, do you disagree with the recommendation of those minor revisions to, RPG1 IGs added? Thank you.
Okay. Any comments from members on that proposal? Oh, Claudia, go ahead.
Thank you. I have just a question about clarification, because in the past or in the exposure draft, we talked about cash flow impacts or cash ins and cash outflows. Now we deleted the wording cash. Does it mean that we are talking now about in and outflows generally, not only cash in and outflows? So if there is a non-financial dimension in this change, or it's just an editorial, so it would be helpful to get some more clarification on it. Thank you.
Yeah, so the reason for removing the word cash was that inflows and outflows are defined in RPG1 as cash, and therefore to be consistent on the authoritative and non-authoritative guidance, we should ensure that the terminology was consistent, and that's why it was removed.
Okay, thanks. Mike, go ahead.
So thank you very much for that analysis of the response. I have just a technical question which refers to para 7 of 9.2.3 as well of 9.2.4. This refers to the respondents which are partially agree or disagree. But I think in the tables in Appendix A of both agenda item documents, there are also those proposals by respondents which agree, I think, partially. Yeah. Well, in the Appendix A tables of the agenda items paper, I think there are not only respondents which are put, let's say, in the partially agree or disagree columns, but also they are stemming from the agree columns, which is a little bit not clear from the wording which is used in para 7.
Yeah. Sorry, in Appendix A, we try to add all the comments. So even when constituents agree, they might have additional comments. So I wanted to reflect that. So it's just trying to provide completeness of all the comments received.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Any other points on this? Oh, Lucy.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And thank you also, Agustina, for that helpful presentation. I interpose no objection with the staff's recommendation to include BC 42 in the final pronouncements. However, there might be some editorials that have to be done to improve it. Like, for instance, deletion of the word now, and also I also because it says now when it says that the reporting entities can apply now when reporting information on sustainability program information. I think we have to, now is not necessary anymore. I partially agree actually with the staff's recommendation to likewise include proposals to clarify existing non-authoritative guidance identified in responses to SMC1. Upon evaluation of Appendix A, I would like to encourage the staff to reconsider the comment under non-authoritative guidance, requesting for additional guidance and examples to illustrate disclosures in the notes to FS related to sustainability. Although it may be dealt with more extensively in advancing sustainability reporting, I think it will be helpful for users of the RPG1 to still be provided a brief discussion on sustainability related disclosures. Thank you.
Thanks, Lucy. Ross.
Thanks, Lucy. If you can send that editorial through on BC 42. We'll have a look at it as we revise the BC DAD for the first discussion. On adding additional disclosures, I think the challenge we have at the moment is what we would put in that guidance at this point, because we haven't really had the opportunity to reconsider what additional disclosures we'd want yet, which is why we think it sits better in the broader project. And again, we don't provide that level of detail for any other disclosures related to the general model. So I think that's why staff's uncomfortable with taking that comment forward in this project at this time.
I mean, I think we might just add a comment that that's for the reasons that you've articulated there, Ross. We haven't done that at this stage. Yeah. And that's probably the best way forward on that. Just in terms of if members or TAs do have any further minor editorials, if you can get those to staff by close today, that would allow Agustina to turn those comments around so that we can have a look at any additional amendments before we leave this week. So that will come back on Friday. And then obviously, as with all our pronouncements, this will be subject to the normal editorial process. So, you know, that goes almost, you know, that will happen. But if there's anything in addition that you have that you can get to Agustina today, that would be really helpful. Thank you. Any other comments from board members at this stage? Okay, so I think with that, we're content with staff proposals, subject to addressing those points from Lucy.
Thank you. So the next paper discusses SMC2, and specifically we receive again strong support, and we receive some minor editorials and revisions to non-authoritative guidance, which staff acted on for clarity and consistency across the examples. And we added a VC 50 just to reflect the scope of the project and the actions taken by staff to reflect the comments received. And with that, I would like to ask if IPSASB agrees with the recommendation from staff. Thank you.
Thanks, Agustina. Open for comments from board members. Not seeing any flags raised, so I think we're content with staff's recommendation. Okay.
The next one is the approval.
Sorry, just a question on tactics there. So I think the question for the board is really one of process moving forward, and whether members feel content to vote today, or whether you want to delay that till Friday when we've picked up any additional edits. And I think, you know, we're open to either approach. Ross?
I think, you know, listening to the discussions from the staff perspective, I don't think there's any major issues. I think we're talking a couple tweaks to a BC and a little bit of communication, you know, mapping. So I think if the board's comfortable, it'd be better to do the vote today and subject to us clearing the BC minor edits on Friday. And I'm seeing nods around the table. I guess maybe if anyone disagrees with that, that would be helpful to know.
Okay, that's good. So with that then, Ross, if we can move into the formal approval process then, please.
Thank you. So with that, to start the approval process, the staff presents a revised content of the exposure standard, which was included in 9.3.3. And the question is now for Ross, the technical director.
Thanks, Augustina. And just to assert, we have followed due process in the development of this guidance. And just to note, RPGs don't explicitly fall under our due process, but we apply it anyway. So just want to make members aware of that.
Thanks, Ross.
The next step would be for confirm whether it satisfies with that the due process was followed effectively.
Any comments from members on application of due process? Okay, that's good.
The next one will be the vote for approval of the pronouncement.
Okay, so Ross, take us into that.
Yeah, this should be old news for the board after all the approvals yesterday, but I'm going to start with the yeses. So those who vote for approval, please raise your flags and leave them up. So I'm seeing 16 in the room, 1 online, and Lynn unfortunately had a commitment this morning that she had to step out for, but I did talk to her and communicate with her, and she did note that she didn't have any substantive comments, and if we got to vote, she would vote for. So I'll be recording Lynn as a 4 vote, so that's 18-4.
Okay, thanks everyone.
The next step is voting for re-exposure if it's necessary. There was no substantial changes made, so we're not suggesting re-exposure.
Anybody disagree with that? We shouldn't re-expose, sorry. Too many nods. Abdullah, are you still in or? Okay. Right, I think we're content not to re-expose then.
And then the next one is the basis for conclusions were shared with the board. I do know that I have some edits to be made on that front.
Ross.
Yeah, and I just want to remind members who aren't aware of how the RPGs work. The RPGs don't have an effective date because they're not standards like the IPSASB. And as we're adding non-authoritative guidance, they also don't have an effective date. Similar to when we add non-authoritative guidance only to an IPSASB, it's just highlighting guidance that's already there, so they're effective as soon as they're approved.
Okay, so as you say, Augustina, we'll have a look at the BCs then just to reflect on comments made by members in this discussion. And then we'll circulate those. Okay.
Thank you to the board. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, well, thank you very much, everyone. I think that's an important first step for us as a board. Certainly it responded to stakeholder needs. And I think, you know, through the teamwork, we've actually managed to deliver it extremely quickly, which I think shows up well. And that will certainly be good to announce that, for example, and we have an event coming up in early April that is being co-hosted with IFAC and Accountancy Europe in Brussels, and it will certainly be great to be able to report positively on this approval amongst other discussions that we're having this week. Okay, so thank you very much, Agustina. And then we move into the discussion around the responses to the retirement benefit plans consultation. Ross.
I just wanted to welcome our newest staff member, Christoph Braxton, who'll be leading us through this session. Unfortunately, he couldn't be with us today. Visa issues getting into the US and logistics. But we're working on various issues to get Christoph prepared to eventually move to join the team in Toronto. And we're hoping he'll be at the Toronto meeting and meet everyone in person. Maybe Christoph, if you want to say a few words introducing yourself before you start, that would be great. But over to you for the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Ross. Thank you, Chair, members, technical advisors and observers. Thank you for the opportunity to join the IPSASB from South Africa at the moment. So looking forward to, as Ross said, to be in person and meeting you all at the Toronto meeting. Yes, so thank you. As indicated, I will be taking us through agenda item number 10. I was asked to please share my slide from this side. All right, looks like it's working. Just want to make sure that we are all comfortable. Thank you, members. The purpose of the presentation is just to reflect on the project retirement benefit plans. I was tasked also to see it through to its completion. And for that reason, I'm presenting this agenda item today. Just in terms of the standing items, I will just provide a short overview of how things stand at the moment in terms of the roadmap, the instructions, and the decisions to date. The project, as a reminder, commenced in March 2021 when the board approved the project brief. The board then discussed issues during the March, June, and September 2021 meetings. The exposure draft was provisionally approved at the December 2021 meeting, and a final approval was granted at the February 2022 check-in meeting. The exposure draft was issued for comment in April 2022, and those comments period closed on August the 1st of 2022. So that being the project roadmap up to this point, I can confirm that all instructions and decisions of previous board meetings were considered and were in fact reflected in the exposure draft ED 82 that was issued for comment. So for this meeting, staff performed an initial analysis of the feedback on the ED and identified issues to be addressed. In this regard, just a summary of the responses. We received 23 responses from basically all regions. I think Australasia was the one region I missed from the comments. And the 9 specific matters for comment were all addressed by respondents. The board in general received a strong support for all the proposals included in the ED, as well as general comments. And the support was also for the board to fill this gap that exists in the IPSAS literature and to finalize the standard as soon as possible. The issues that were identified by respondents relate to specific technical matters in the application of these requirements, which I will summarize next. But just before I do that, based on this initial analysis that we did, it is about the specificity of issues, and staff believe that delegating the review of changes that are necessary to be made to the draft IPSAS, to a drafting group, which will likely comprise the task force members, to free up plenary time at the next board meeting, and therefore allow the drafting group and staff to make recommendations to the board when it considers the draft IPSAS. In summary, the issues we have included in our paper.
So, Christoph, perhaps you could just pause at that point in time.
Thank you, Chair.
And just, I just want to check whether there are any comments from board members, either on the overall picture shown by the responses or on the proposed approach to moving the project forward. Andrew, you want to come in?
Thanks, Ian. I just want to be clear on the way forward, because I see in the agenda paper there are some conclusions in there already, that those are not what we're being asked if we agree with today. It's literally to say we will be sending this to the drafting group. They will then bring back what they feel is relevant for the board at a later stage. Because I think there are some things in here that do need a deeper analysis, and perhaps which, you know, the current proposals in here, you know, I think do warrant a little bit more board time. So I just wanted to be clear on the proposal.
So, Dave.
I was just going to say, absolutely, Andrew, that's the plan, that we wanted to give some preliminary analysis and highlight that we started to think about it. But these are, I don't want to get ahead of Christoph, because I think he's going to do this on the next slide, but some specific issues were identified that we think would be better for the drafting group to go through in a little more detail and bring recommendations back to the board.
And in the nature of the process, if there are changes proposed that are, of any significance, then those need to come back for the board decision. The idea is that the drafting group discussion would sort of synthesize the issues specifically for the board to take a decision on. And likely the first recommendations will come back in June. Renee, and then Abdullah.
Yes, thank you, Chair. My comment is along the same line as Andrew's. We say that we are referring the next steps to a drafting group, which is a subset of the task force. I find that there are significant comments that were made by respondents that are more than drafting in my mind. So we should be considering and being open to reviewing the some of these comments that are more substantial, and maybe they're more than just drafting. Thank you.
Ross.
Yeah, I take the point, but I think it's called a drafting group. That doesn't mean they're not going to go through the issues in the drafting. So as we've done with revenue and transfer expenses, as we draft and clarify issues, points of substance come back to the board for discussion if needed. So it's more a mechanism to work through the comments at the finalization stage of a project rather than a different process than a task force.
Abdullah.
Thank you, Chair. It was the same comment. Do we change the name? Do we keep the name? Do we just, because of the drafting group or the name itself, will they go into? But it was cleared by Ross. My other comment is about the responses. I saw 23 responses. I thought for a subject that is specific to the public sector, I thought it was low, but just something to share.
Ross.
Yeah, on the number of responses, I'm not surprised actually we got a lower number of responses. It is a very niche issue. So not every entity will be using this standard. And actually, I would think in a lot of cases, there's specific entities we know that are waiting for this guidance, but it's about reporting on the retirement benefit plan itself, which is not an issue that's applicable in all instances to all jurisdictions.
Thanks. And I think, for example, Christoph did note that, we normally get a number of responses from New Zealand and Australia. And Todd, perhaps you just want to fill in the reasons why we haven't had responses from New Zealand, for example.
Yeah, I think in Australasia, there are homegrown standards in some cases in Australasia, and there's no appetite to move away from homegrown standards. So I know that's the case in Australia. And I think the public sector in New Zealand is pretty comfortable with the way that they are accounting at present. So it's not really an issue that's on the radar. And, we've had some pretty chunky projects that have been probably of higher priority to the Australasian constituents to be commenting on, like revenue, transfer expenses and measurement that we've approved at this meeting. And this, because it's not really on the radar for change, is probably why you didn't get comments from Australasia.
Thanks, Todd. I'm not sure whether I'll go to Patricia first and then back to Renee, if that's okay. Patricia.
Thank you. Retirement benefit plans is a big question for Brazil. Because of this, we formed a working group to discuss the ED with different professionals from different areas. It's a maybe I'm not maybe 4 or 5 meetings to discuss this ED. And then it's a very, very, because the retirement benefit plan has impact on the financial sustainability. And I think that some questions here are substantial. And I would like to clarify, because, for example, revenue and transfer expenses, we have discussed some main points, and then board decide about this point, and after that, the group perform the activity as a drafting group. I would like to confirm if the proposal is in the same way. Thank you.
So apologies to Christoph, I'm stealing some of your fire, but maybe a top level comment on the responses that we've seen, and what I noticed was a little different from other projects. And when we're going through the responses, what I normally expect to see are themes where we get issues that keep on hitting on the same theme. And what was interesting about this is, and Renee just said it, there were very specific issues. And as a result, there wasn't really themes to bring to the IPSASB. So as a result, what we were recommending was those issues should be brought to the drafting group so they could be discussed there. They would be discussed within the drafting group, and recommendations would be brought to the board in June. So no decisions would be made without board discussion or approval. And then any advice or decisions made by the board will be reflected by the drafting group after the June meeting.
So, I mean, to your point, Patricia, absolutely, it's consistent with what we did with revenue and transfer expenses also in the later stages of the measurement project, so that the board, the idea being that the drafting group is not kind of bringing up new ideas and new thinking. That's the difference between a task force and the drafting group. The drafting group is to look through the comments that have been made, and where there's a need for board direction, the board then gets a paper and provides direction, as you say. Then it's then for the drafting group to make sure that that's implemented consistent with the board discussions. So it does operate differently to earlier stages in the project. It's the fact that actually in our due process, the exposure draft is the key document. And then what we should be looking at is, have we had support for that? And what are the issues that constituents have brought up, and therefore what do we do with those additional issues, and where we need to do something in addition is what needs to come back to the board, not necessarily just dealing with drafting comments and so on. So it's about, absolutely, where there are specific issues that require board input, that opportunity will be there. Renee?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I'm reassured of your clarification. So while it's called a drafting group, the drafting group has the ability to look at more than drafting. If we do see significant issues, if the feedback is bringing up significant issues, and significant issues may need to be addressed by more substantial changes than just drafting changes, then that's great. That's great. We will do that. So I raised my flag because of a related issue, a related thinking that I have, thought that I have. As part of the task force, I've been feeling, and I even feel it more strongly today when I see some of the feedback, that this is an extremely niche, technical, complex issue. We need more than accountants to address some of these issues. We should also make sure that we understand where actuaries are on some of these issues. The one single issue that for me is the most significant in here is the concerns about retaining the definition in IAS 26, the concern of potential inconsistencies with the pension obligation definition in IFRS 39. And these were lingering thoughts that I had throughout the project. And the feedback is reaffirming this for me. So one thought I have is, in proceeding to next steps, I would find it very valuable as a member of the drafting group or task force to be able to reach out to colleagues in the actuarial domain that are dealing with this day in and day out. And then are we into more than just a drafting group? So it's, at the end of the day, I don't mind about how we call the group. I mind about making sure we do the right things to come up with the right answer.
Ross?
Yeah, just to respond, I think, Renee, maybe we're getting caught up in labels. It's not an editorial group. So to drafting means we'll address the comments and make the necessary drafting changes and bring back the recommendations to the board. So if there are substantial changes that need to be made, that's in scope. So I don't think there's any intention that we wouldn't make changes that we need to make based on the comments, including looking into the issues in depth that we've been flagged. So we haven't made any decisions on any issues yet. We've flagged them. And we intend to address them to the extent the board's comfortable, whether that's within the drafting group or here around the plenary. I would say those members who have very strong views on this topic should be on the drafting group, because clearly there'll be more of an appetite for an in-depth discussion in that group than around this table. And it is a niche topic, and we need the people who understand the topic and this standard to be involved, because it's not the same as our other standards. It's a specific standard for reporting on a retirement benefit plan that basically allows you to only report on that plan, not the operations of the entity that controls the plan. So I do think it is important. It is a niche topic, and the drafting group, task force, whatever you want to call it, is the best place to have the in-depth discussions. The issues that come out of that will come back to the board for board agreement. We'll flag the issues. So just to make that clear.
I mean, on the membership, we put the membership of the task force together very deliberately so that it provided experience of these types of arrangements from as that was geographically as representative as possible, and it included a representative from the UN system who has responsibility for their pension scheme. I think we're going to need to think very carefully what we need to finalize this, because some of this is about the different perspective that we have here, that this is actually about schemes. It's not about consolidated accounts. And one of the key issues is actually, the difference between the scheme accounts and the provision that may be needed for a defined benefit plan in the government's own accounts. And that's not what this project is about. And I think there was some confusion about that earlier. That clearly has come through in the comments that we've had. So we need to be very, very careful about any changes that we make. And if there's a technical issue about the nature, then yes, we will certainly get the technical input. But I think the key issue is the difference in perspective here. And that's what we've got to focus on. That's what we've got to clarify. So in terms of the membership of the drafting group, because of the way in which we very deliberately constructed it, the task force that did the initial work, the idea is that as far as possible, we carry forward those members. Now, if there's anybody else that has specific experience in this area and wants to join, then that's fine. But we're not recommending wholesale change for that reason, that people actually had that, had very particular expertise that we wanted in the first place. So that, if you like, is the reason for just trying to make sure we've got continuity. But just to underline that, where there are significant issues of principle that have been raised that need the board input, that discussion will come back to the board. It's not about chucking out what we've got. It's about looking at the feedback that we've had and then assessing where there are specific issues that we need strategic input from the board. Okay. Fine. So with that clarification, sorry, Lucy, and then I want to move on to the discussion.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Actually, I concur with this staff recommendation to delegate the review of the changes made to IPSAS retirement benefit plans based on the staff's detailed analysis of responses of ED 82 to the retirement benefit plan drafting group. Considering the particularity of the issues cited by the respondents, I think delegating the review of the changes made to IPSAS to retirement benefit plans to the DG, to the drafting group will give not only the IPSASB the time and ability to focus on higher value or higher level activities, but we will also benefit from the meaningful inputs or insights from the members of the drafting group that may be constituted, considering their expertise and knowledge on the matter. I think we have as we have experienced in the transfer expenses and revenue projects, where the drafting group has been composed of representatives from UNICEF and EU, who are our constituents. It has improved actually the two IPSAS, the IPSAS on transfer expenses and revenue, because they have contributed or inputted their actual requirements or scenarios in their respective jurisdictions, so that the two IPSASs would be more applicable to the constituents. So although not all of the I mean, there is also non-applicability of the defined benefit plan in some jurisdictions, like for instance in the Philippines, based on our research and analysis. So there could also be some impact on the implementation of some IPSAS 39 specifically, that is now being crafted by the Commission on Audit, and if in this case does not actually initially recommend the implementation of the defined benefit plan. But of course, we are not looking into specific jurisdictions. We would like our pronouncements to be applicable to more or to most of other jurisdictions. So I think we have to encourage also, I agree that we have to encourage members from our constituents, from the constituents who have this experience on retirement benefit plans, to make our pronouncement really more applicable and implementable in most jurisdictions. Thank you.
Thanks, Lucy. So I think, you know, we know this is going to be applicable in certain jurisdictions. It may well not be in a lot of jurisdictions, and you know, the important thing then is that we take the right decisions in terms of applicability. And as Patricia said, there are certain jurisdictions where this is a very big issue, and I know that from conversations it is, you know, in other jurisdictions that have defined benefit plans and so on. So you know, it's important that we are clear about the issues that have been raised and the way forward on those. Okay, so with that, Christoph, back to you then in terms of walking us through into the next issue.
Thank you, Ian. So just in terms of the issues, we have discussed some of them. Ian, you've specifically referred also to the matter of consolidation, which we believe as staff would garner some discussion, at least by the drafting group, as we have clarified, and you know that we can dispense with these issues, not necessarily easily, but definitely through consultation, with including the potential for experts in this matter. I think is what we are looking for. But as on the screen and as summarized on page 8 of item 10.2.1, the issues were summarized as Dave has indicated. Not that we found specific themes, but there were these specific issues that have come to the fore, including the adapting of IFRS and consistency with other IPSAS in terms of the definitions, which I believe Renee has also spoken about, and keeping to the the definitions across the board, it would be something that we have considered as the board in the past when I consider the exposure draft and the basis of conclusions, but further consideration may be warranted. Other factors, including the additional disclosure and guidance and clarity, there were a few editorial changes and even proposed consequential amendments, but as always, we will consider any effects on other standards when the standard is finalized. Let me move on. So from staff, we would like to recommend that based on this analysis, and as we have essentially discussed, that the board just confirm whether or not the board agrees with the recommendation for staff to make changes with assistance of the drafting group that would comprise essentially task force members to review those changes and then make recommendations to the board and bring the draft IPSAS on retirement benefit plans to the June 2023 meeting. So just to confirm through you, Chair, does the IPSASB agree with this recommendation?
So are there any further comments on the overall approach? I think we sort of talked about the role of the drafting group. So I think we're content with the overall approach that the drafting group will work with staff on the analysis of issues, and then we will see issues papers back in June. Obviously, you know, and the reason why we've got so many SMCs is the underlying standard is a very old standard, and we had to make quite a lot of changes or propose quite a lot of changes in order to take a consistent approach and to remove some of the optionality that there was in the standard. I don't know if there are any sort of high-level comments that board members have at this stage on what we've had back, which would be useful to be considered at this stage. Clearly, there's quite a lot to work through. Todd.
Thanks, Ian. Just looking through the list that was in paper 10.2.1, I think the issue that it would be helpful to get back in June, if we're not going to do them all in June, the one that I'd like to see back in June is this one sort of around the definition/consolidation, because it seems to come up in both of those first 2 points. And it could be the bigger sort of issue overall. I think, you know, when you get into disclosures and some of those editorials, etc., they feel a bit lower level in that. So I think it would be good if we could have that issue come back in June, if one needs to be prioritised over others in terms of whether we're doing this over 1 or 2 meetings.
Thanks, Todd. And I think that's entirely consistent with, you know, the area that Renee was expressing concerns about. So we do clearly need advice on that. Any other comments? Patricia.
Thank you. In my view, the main concern here is about the consolidation, because there is some types of the how the public sector manage the retirement plans. And the other point here, it's I think it's not specific from Brazil. It's a gap, the identification of a gap, because there are 3 different ways to benefit, to give benefit from constituents. One is as a public employee. It's a in this case, EG82 is applicable. Other is social benefits, but there is a plan that in the case of Brazil, federal government is responsible, is the sponsor, is private sector employees. It's not social benefits, because it's the criteria for the contribuent is or not in the plan is regardless of the income, regardless of the constituent has or not other income. Then I think it's a big and it's considered general benefits plan, and this plan has impact in the financial condition of the federal government. And then I think it's in this point here about the clarify the scope of EG 82 in IPSAS 42. I think it's important to indicate clearly well, what is the treatment for this type of plans that have impact on financial condition of the governments. Thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. I mean, I think we do have to be very careful, and I think this came up when we were developing the exposure draft about scope, in that clearly IPSAS 42 covers certain types of schemes. This draft standard covers certain types of schemes. There may be types of schemes that are not covered, and I think that's your point, really, isn't it? That we need to be clear on make sure that the scope doesn't unintentionally stray into some of those different types of schemes. And I know there are other jurisdictions where that's potentially a problem. So we just need to be very clear about that. And I think that's where you know, perhaps the Brazilian example is helpful to test what we've got at the moment as to whether there's anything else we need to do to make clear the application. Okay, thanks for that. Renee.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I want to build on Patricia's comment. For me, when I hear that there is a question about consolidation, I think I would want us to do a bit of more work there to clarify what we mean by that, because in my mind, we've dealt with the recognition of pension liabilities, social benefit liabilities, in our existing IPSAS literature as a sponsor, as the government entity being a sponsor of those plans, either in IPSAS 39 or in the social benefit standard. Now here, what we're dealing with is, notwithstanding that we have properly consolidated obligations into a government's financial statement, there is this independent body that is called the pension plan, and the pension plan needs to report to its stakeholders on a gap, financial statements that are based on generally accounting recognized principle. And it's that type of reporting, those statements, that we're dealing with here. What we report in those statements has already been consolidated through IPSAS 39, social benefit, IPSAS 42, or would be consolidated using that guidance. So when I hear the word there's a consolidation issue, I think we need to be clear what we mean by that, because it's not this project here that will fix the consolidation issue. However, what this project should be doing is we should clarify that what we call a pension obligation in the case of those financial statements is consistent with potentially what we call a pension obligation from the sponsor's perspective, which is my original comment. So maybe what we do next is we clarify that as part of our additional effort. Thank you.
Thanks, Renee. Ross, did you want to come back in on that?
Yeah, I kind of agree with where you're going on that, Renee. I think there is some confusion on the difference between the guidance in IPSAS 39 and what we're developing. And I think we need to clarify that in the process of finalizing the guidance. And I would recommend staff develops some sort of a visual or diagram of some sort that we use for communication purposes to make it clear, because there is a lot of even in the comments when I read them, I think there's some misunderstanding of the nature of what we're developing in retirement benefit plans and when you'd apply it versus your IPSAS 39 accounting for your assets and liabilities in the plan when they're in the same legal entity. So I'm not, again, we got to think about more of this consolidation issue that's been flagged for us, but I had a similar reaction to you that I'm not sure how you can consolidate the liability from the retirement benefit plan. If the entity has the transactions within its reporting entity, you would cover that through IPSAS 39. Whether there's additional information you need to disclose about a separate legal entity that you don't control that has retirement benefit liabilities that you're going to have to fund in the future is a different, I think, disclosure issue. But I think we need to work through that. And I think to your point, there is a lack of clarity right now that we need to provide when we finalize the guidance so that people aren't confused.
Yeah. Thanks, Ross. I think that communication piece is really important. If we can get the communication right, then I think the guidance will settle down accordingly. Because clearly, as has been said, that's not, that isn't clear at the moment. And a visual may well help us. I know it's helped us in some other examples, like with compliance obligations, for example. So we do need to be very clear on that. And it is an important PFM issue, this issue about the liabilities for the deficits on defined benefit schemes. So, yeah. It is a crucial issue. Renee, just a final comment, and then I'll move on to Claudia.
Actually, it's now a different point, but it's related to that. When I think of that visual, Ross, and I'm very visual, and I like those diagrams to help clarify things. The other aspect that I think we need to clarify that sometimes I find is not necessarily coming out clearly, or there may be a misconception when I read the comments and then staff's response to the comments, is the idea that a trustee will have regulatory obligation to present regulatory pension obligations calculated under regulated funding mechanism. And a trustee normally has multiple pension obligation. They will have the funding valuation that they calculate and they need to report publicly to their stakeholders. But what we're dealing here is the accounting obligation in GAAP financial statements, and the accounting obligation is measured differently. It's management's best estimate of the future obligation to recipients. And we have to be careful because sometimes we use as a reason for disposing of comments that, different jurisdictions have different regulations to compute regulated pension obligation. And to me, we need to put that dialogue aside because that's a different reporting. Here we're talking about generally, financial statements for general purpose based on accounting evaluation, and that's different. And I think our diagram could illustrate that so that we put those comments to rest.
I think that requires further discussion. I mean, it's undeniably the case that there are different requirements across different jurisdictions. And I think the explanation needs to be clear, as you say, that this is the accounting impact, and it's how you measure the liability that needs to be reflected in the consolidated financial statements. So that's what we need to be clear about. Okay, any other comments? Oh, sorry, Claudia. I think it's because Anthony was wearing a white shirt and he's behind you, so I didn't. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to support all the comments from Renee, more or less. The last comment she made was what I wanted to add. Additionally, I want to remind us that this is an alignment project, as far as I remember. So that means we shouldn't solve issues which already exist in the private sector, because the standards exist in the private sector. They have also IFRS 19. So like this consolidation issues, there might be some issues, but they will be also already in the private sector. So we should really make sure what is in the scope of our project and what we can solve and what not.
Thanks, Claudia. Dave, back on that.
I guess, Claudia, agree with your point and take your point. The only point of clarification I'd make is we were sensitive at the beginning to not call this an alignment project. We're calling it an adaptation project. So we're going to adapt from IAS 26, but address public sector issues. But to your point, where issues exist already, we weren't looking to correct those, but just wanted to make that clarification.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's more the inherent problem that you have with the underlying standard being very old, and therefore what we've had to do is do all these things in terms of removing options and bringing it up to date with fair value as defined in our literature and all of those sorts of things. So that's the tension. But you're right to remind us about that. Thanks. Anything else anybody wants to bring up at this stage? I think this entirely underlines the fact this is going to be a major focus for the June meeting. So that will certainly be good that you're going to be there in person, Christoph. Any other points anybody wants to make at this stage before the staff and drafting group really start to get into this? Christoph, anything else you would like from us today?
Chair, no, thank you. That covers my presentation. Next steps is self-explanatory, that we will address these issues and bring it back to the board for consideration. And thank you, members, for your comments. Okay, great. I think much to discuss when we get to the June board meeting. Okay, so with that, then I think what we will do is we'll start the measurement to discussion, and then having just done the introductory discussion, then we'll take a break at 10:40 as on the programme. So is it Dave or Agostina? I'm not sure. Just give us a couple of minutes whilst staff come to the table.
Thank you, and hi, everyone again. So agenda paper 11 is about measurement application phase 2. And the first paper is discussing the population of IPSAS in scope of phase 2 the staff is proposing for the period. What we consider when thinking of that relevant IPSAS that should be in scope of phase 2, we take into account that COV is a measurement for assets. So we looked into all the suite of IPSAS and determined what are the ones that prescribe accounting for assets. Then we looked at, considering that COV is a current value measurement basis, we determined which ones prescribe such measurement. In that case, will be fair value. We also looked into whether there was committed projects coming up on those IPSAS and then do an analysis of whether it should be in scope of phase 2 or whether the evaluation of COV should be delayed to when that committed project will be started. And then we also consider that those assets are not just simply held for financial capacity. A COV was developed for the measurement of asset held for their operational capacity. With that, staff is recommending the following IPSAS to be in scope of phase 2, and I would like to ask the board if the IPSASB disagrees with this recommendation. Thank you.
So I wonder whether it might be helpful just to work through the comments then in the way that you've grouped them. Would that be okay? Because I thought that was quite a helpful analysis in the paper. So what I'd suggest is if we actually work through that, and I'm referring to the table that's on page 2 and 3 of agenda item 11.2.1. And perhaps if we can just go group by group, that would be helpful.
Certainly. So if members have opened the paper, we group them in 4 groups. Specifically, group 1 looks to IPSAS that permit current value measurements are not in a scope of a committed project. And with that, we identify IPSAS 16 for investment property, IPSAS 26 impairment of cash generating assets, IPSAS 27 agriculture, IPSAS 40 public sector combinations, IPSAS 41 financial instruments, that is the following paper we'll be discussing, and IPSAS 44 non-current asset held for sale and discontinued operations. So those are all the IPSAS we identified in that particular group. And within that, today we're presenting the analysis for financial instruments. But at the same time, when this paper was being written, the decision was to scope out IPSAS 44, considering that while COV was being developed, those type of assets are being held for sale, and therefore COV would not be considered applicable. So that's the first group. Would you like me to stop at this time?
Yeah, I would just like to take comments and make sure whether there's any clarifications or concerns on that. So Claudia.
Thank you. Just for my clarification, so IPSAS 41 financial instruments is in the scope of the project, because in the paper later on it said it's not relevant, so I'm not sure what is the actual proposal from you.
Yes, so the thought was that we will use IPSAS 41 as being the first IPSAS that we will present to the board as how it was determined that COV is not applicable. So we consider to be in scope, but we will be discussing it today as not COV not being relevant for financial instruments, assets, financial instruments.
So, yeah, I mean, I can understand the confusion there. So it was just trying to get the right framework around this and then start to work through that. Noyati.
Just to clarify, based on the grouping mentioned, just want to know why IPSAS 45 PPE is not included in the group. Is it because of the COV is in development stage or what?
Yes, so just to clarify, IPSAS 45 is not included because during phase 1, it was considered in scope and COV is considered to be relevant. And that's what is being presented and which will be published as being in scope. Yes.
Thanks. Yes, I think that's why I just want to work through these groups and make sure everybody's happy at this stage. Can I check it as well? Everybody understands the reason why IPSAS 44 is not included here. Liang.
Actually, I want to give some comment about the general approach on this analysis. Actually, I very appreciate this approach. When I read question A, B, C, D, I think it is a very logical thinking, and we can follow this to find out which standard should be scoped in. In particular, I think maybe for question A and B, it is easier to get the conclusion because we can see straightforward that we can see that whether it is about some measurement for asset and whether the subsequent measurement at fair value. So it is straightforward to get a conclusion about question A and B. And for the question D, I think it is quite not so straightforward. So I think staff apply a reasonable approach or say a good approach that it should be determined in further details. So actually, I appreciate this approach very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Liang. So just sort of finishing off on group one then, to check everybody's content that IPSAS 44 is not considered further because of the nature of that standard. Okay. Oh, Patricia.
Yes, thank you. It's another question. My question is why inventories is not in the group one? Because in some situations, replacement cost is used as a basis. Thank you.
Yes, I think the initial thought was that it was fair value in kind, and therefore we kind of carve its own group. But we do consider that is a current value measurement, and that's why we're making it in scope. But we wanted to highlight that there is some differences and nuances about inventory, and therefore we created its own group.
Sorry, I understand this. The group one is when a fair value is considered as a subsequent measurement or not? No.
Sorry, your question is group one?
Group one is when the current value is a basis for subsequent measurement. Yes? Yes, in the inventories replacement cost is a current value and is used for subsequent measurement too. My question is, I think in inventory is necessary to discuss about replacement cost, because replacement cost is not in conceptual framework and measurement IPSAS too. How to treat the inventories for distribution, or for example?
Well, I think don't get ahead there, Patricia. This is just actually, are we going to look at the inventory standard or not? And the proposal is that we should. When we get there, then we'll have those sorts of discussions that you just alluded to. So really just what we want at the moment is just, is the board content that we look at this? And I recognise the fact it's in a separate group on its own, perhaps has created confusion, but the point is that we would definitely look at it in this phase too. Okay. So I think we're satisfied that inventory is in. So if we can then move on to group 3.
Thank you. Yes. So on group 3, what we have is where there is a subsequent measurement that is determined by other IPSAS, or requires equity method. So what we notice is in some IPSAS, for subsequent measurement will refer the reader to a different IPSAS to apply the subsequent measurement. So we wanted to kind of highlight that this standards requested that. However, we thought it was important to still see whether COV was applicable for those, and not just simply assume that because, let's say, it refers you to IPSAS 45, you should be applying that measurement. And we wanted to look at it into further detail. And this is how we determine group 3. And in that we have IPSAS 32, service concession arrangements grantor, IPSAS 36, investment in associates and joint ventures. We have joint arrangements, IPSAS 37 and IPSAS 43 in leases that we have highlighted.
Thank you. So if we can just take comments on that. Leanne.
Thanks, Chair. In group 3, I can understand the rationale to include IPSAS 32 and IPSAS 43, but I would like to check the rationale you just put in associate and JV using equity method. I just want to check what are you thinking about it. Thank you.
Thanks, Leanne. Christine.
Yes, I think the thought is for just to consider whether it's applicable enough for the equity methods. A preliminary thought is that it wouldn't be applicable, but we thought worth it to look at it and discuss it and conduct a more thorough analysis.
As the question the ABCD question you just list as the rationale, actually for question D, it is about to consider whether it is hold for financial capacity or operational capacity. So actually, I'm a bit confused. When we look into details, I think we will still focus on the financial capacity or the operational capacity. Is it right?
Yes, we are focusing on financial versus operational capacity as we do the analysis.
Okay.
Andrew, are you in on this as well? Okay.
Thanks. It's just an overarching comment that I think when we're looking at this in the application of COV into these standards, so we don't only focus on the recognition or the measurement thereof, we just consider, I think, also the unit of account and how that impacts, and it probably has a larger impact on Group 3 and Group 4. I think there may be some additional guidance we need to do there. And also just to make sure that the disclosure package that we sort of introduce and the linkages between the measurement guidance and the disclosures in particularly Group 3 and Group 4 sort of makes sense from an overall perspective. So I just wanted to highlight that.
So just going back then to Liang's point on IPSAS 36 and IPSAS 37, you're saying at the moment, Liang, you don't think that they should be in scope, or are you content that they are examined even if the conclusion is no change? I just want to check where you're at on this.
Actually, I'm not so sure at this moment. In particular, when I read the second paper about the financial instrument, actually, I think to some extent, actually, those investment using equity method maybe have some to some extent similar to equity instrument within the financial instrument scope. So actually, I'm not sure at this moment whether this should be scoped in. My preliminary thought is we scope in investment in associate and JV using equity method. Actually, maybe we should consider further whether we should scope in equity instrument using fair value, as actually they have they may be similar to some extent.
Scott, are you in on this point?
Sort of. Okay. I don't know if it would have helped me is I didn't focus on the list that was up here. I focused on the list that was excluded, because that's really what this exercise is all about. So the staff isn't making any conclusion about whether this is it or not. They're just saying these are the ones they're going to look at. So to me, the important question is what is not included in this list. Is are we satisfied with that? Because no more work's going to be done on that. So I understand your question, but that the staff doesn't have an answer to that yet. So I would personally, I focused on the other list and looked at that as opposed to this list, because we'll get this list answered. So I don't know if that helps or not, Ian.
Well, I think it points us to, I'd just like to have that catch-all review when we've worked our way through the tables. I mean, I think, clearly, Liang, you've put your finger on there are some specific issues that we need to have a look at, and probably that's the point, to Scott's point, actually, if we could put them on the list at this stage, but with that strong caveat that you've expressed there, because as Scott said, essentially if it's not on this long list here, we're not going to look further at it. So that's probably the conclusion to come to. Ross?
Yeah, maybe the same point said slightly different. So financial instruments was on this list, but we've actually had the chance to do the analysis to show the board how we're going to analyze all the other ones. So we shouldn't decide yes or no on any of the other ones till we do that analysis, like the financial instruments analysis we're going to discuss next. So I think maybe we just hold off.
Okay, so are you on this 3, Patricia, or on 4? Okay, so I wanted to just check on group 4 then. We're content that group 4 with the proposed approach there.
So on group 4, what we focused was that IPSAS that permit current value measurements, but they are in scope of a committed project based on the work program. And with that, we identified IPSAS 21, impairment of non-cash generating assets, IPSAS 31, intangible assets, and IPSAS 33, first-time adoption of accrual basis international public sector accounting standards. And within this, the proposal for IPSASB to consider is to scope in 21 and 31, but scope out 33. We see that the scope of 33 is much broader, and therefore it should be like the evaluation of whether COV is applicable should be considered as part of IPSAS 33, while the IPSAS 21 and 31 we consider should be part of phase 2. I do acknowledge that there's more to see on impairments, and we're going to be working together with John on other aspects of that project. So it's not just simply the evaluation of COV. I wanted to acknowledge that. Thank you.
Claudia, you want to come in?
Thank you. I'm strongly support the suggestion from Agustina regarding IPSAS 24.1. When you committed to have a project, it means we maybe reopen more than just only the measurement. So maybe design the model easier or whatever. It could be an outcome or not. We didn't know. So I'm not sure if we could just have it as phase 2, or maybe it's phase 3, where we have this separate standards where we committed already that we want to go and have a separate review on it, to have it as a separate list, to make sure that we kept all of the issues which should be solved in these standards. When I go to intangible assets, I remember, I think we had some other in mind when we put intangible asset on our list, committed list, about some rights and everything. So we should make sure that we didn't need to split these project in the rework on this standards in 2 projects, and one project is for the measurement and one is for the other issues to solve.
Ross.
Yeah, thanks for flagging that. That's exactly why those 2 projects have been kind of rolled in to work together. So John's going to lead on the impairment update, and we're also going to look at the intangibles as part of this as well. But we're not searching for issues on these projects and, everything we could standard set. We do have a defined scope for these limited scope projects. We're going to address that scope. Anything broader than that should go into the future work plan consultation to make sure we actually hear from constituents where they want us to focus. We have very limited resources. We have a lot we have to deliver. We shouldn't just start setting standards and everything that we think is in scope of a project and expanding the scope. That's not a good use of resources. And I think we need to, as we're about to go and talk to our constituents about our strategy and work program, let them flag to us the issues that they think we need to prioritize so that we've got the right balance in the work program overall.
I mean, to your point then, Claudia, I think, that consistent, the 21 was always consequential from the measurement project. So that's why it makes sense absolutely to have it here. I think what you might be recalling is on 31, I think there was a question there about there might be some additional consequentials, for example, from the update on property, plant and equipment that's now IPSAS 45. I think we picked up a number of those, but for example, on heritage and so on, there might be. So I think that's probably something that if we could just ask staff to double check whether there are any, consequentials of 45 as well as 46 that could conveniently be picked up, because I think they were consequentials, and it's not reopening 31 because we know ISB's has a major project just starting on that. So if we can just have that advice, go back to what was in the consultation, see if we make sure we haven't missed anything on 31. Okay. Right. Right. So I think consistent with Scott's point, I just want to make sure that, looking at that complete list in Appendix A, was there anything that members saw in Appendix A that they felt should be included? Andrew.
I think we should include IPSAS 3. IPSAS 3's got some guidance just on measurement bases and what happens when you change that. And I think we just need to look and make sure that we're comfortable with the answers and how that's applied when we look at COV and other current value measurement bases.
Okay, thank you. Patricia.
Yes, my question is not about the specific IPSAS, but if the project is only about a subsequent measurement or the discussion about the demand cost that we had on PP&E is part of the project too, because current value is used as a demand cost, and not only for PP&E, but for other IPSAS too. And I think in this moment, it's important to analyze if it's important to make the same analysis that we had made for the PP&E, for example, inventories, intangibles, leases, and other IPSAS. This is my. Leases is the AG. I think it's the consequences for AG that's in consultation.
I'm not sure I'm following Patricia in terms of which standard, because I mean, we dealt with deemed cost and we've updated the guidance in 45 and there's consequentials to 33, I think, is that right? So I'm sort of struggling to know where else, which other standard you're thinking we should be looking at.
Yes, for example, inventories, intangibles, we receive as a no exchange transaction. When if it's operational capacity, I use COV or fair value. Continue to use fair value or not? I think it's a question. Because tangible assets can be very specific, very specialized. For example, it's the same difficult to measure specialized PP&E. I have problem to measure intangible assets, specialized intangible assets.
Ross.
Yeah, I think I follow your question. You're saying in throughout our guidance, often when you're receiving a non-exchange asset, it's recognized now specifically at fair value. And you're saying you'd like us to also consider whether, if you're receiving that asset, using it for operational purposes, whether you could use COV on initial recognition.
I thought we'd fix that though. I mean, I think if you feel we haven't in some area, I think you need to come back and discuss that with staff specifically, because I thought we had very clearly fixed that one. So I think let's take that one offline as to what that would actually mean and where that would come, which isn't already in the scope of phase 2. Any other points? Okay, so with that, I think subject to just resolving offline that point that Patricia's raised, we've added IPSAS 3 to the list, but otherwise, I think in terms of the list itself, we're now content that that's the, if you like, the universe of what we're actually going to pick up in this project. And I think at that point, we will take a break for coffee. So if you can come back at past 5, and then we'll move further into this item. Okay, thanks everyone.
Yes, sir. I think we need to go back and look at it now, because I think there is some literature in definition. So we intend to release it. I think we just say subsequent measure.
But we have gone through and we've looked at the use of fair value before, so we've done that exercise.
Let's just have a chat.
And it probably needs, you probably need to do a word search as a start point. Okay, so welcome back, everyone. We'll now carry on with the remainder of the measurement item, and then after that, we will move into the opening discussion on natural resources before we break for lunch at the advertised time, 12:30 Eastern. Okay, so Dave, to you.
So thank you, Ian. I just wanted to provide some top level comments on this paper and going back a few years and why we picked financial instruments. And for some of you that are around the table, when we were doing our financial instrument standard 4 or 5 years ago, we talked about bringing in fair value from IFRS 13. And subsequent to that, the IPSASB made decisions in the development of measurement that financial instruments were held for their financial capacity. And given comments we heard in December that the decision should really focus on whether assets are held for their operational capacity or financial capacity, and the board had kind of made a soft decision on financial instruments already, we thought this would be a good paper to bring to the board to show how staff was thinking about performing this analysis in June on what we thought was a safer topic. So that was the reason we did the analysis here, to give the board insight on how we were planning to do this in June and take any comments on anything you wanted changed based on the analysis. So I'll turn it to Augustina for a little more detail.
Thank you, Dave. So yes, so when we looked at IPSAS 41 financial instruments, the focus was why were the assets held, and looking at when you have your measurement basis within IPSAS 41, what are the reasons of those cash flows? And when we look at IPSAS 41, pretty much they're holding these assets for the contractual cash flows, either to generate contractual cash flows from interest or to sell those assets. And the thought was that because they're being held for cash inflows, generation of cash inflows, that is financial capacity, and therefore COV that was developed for operational capacity would not be relevant to IPSAS 41. And with that, I'll open it and ask, does IPSASB agree with this recommendation, and pass it to Ian? Thank you.
Thank you, Agustina. And obviously this is, if you like, an example of how we will start to move through the standards that we've agreed are within, are encompassed by this project. So Claudia, to you.
Thank you. In our jurisdiction, and I think in other regions as well, distinguish why loans, especially concessionary loans, are given and investments in equity are done. We are distinguished if we are held them for operational capacity or if we have any financial capacity in it. And the majority, especially for concessionary loans, have nothing to do with any financial capacity. We are only held them for operational reasons, for example, for social housing, to give some loans to support social housing projects. So it's a question how you can see these loans or not. If they are only interested in contractual cash flows, we are not any interest in the contractual cash flows. It's just we decided to give them a loan because it's difficult to get them access to the capital market to get the loans, and the same we have with investments. And to measuring investments in equity, which are held for operational capacity. They didn't have any dividends at the end of the year. We didn't expect any dividends because they are providing some services to the public. So it's maybe and that's questionable if we can really say all assets fulfill the scope of financial instruments are held only for their financial capacity in their first place.
Ross.
Yeah, thanks. Interesting point. And we did consider this explicitly when we developed the public sector guidance in IPSAS 41. So when we talked about equity instruments with a non-exchange component, and when we developed our concessionary loans guidance. And we did conclude at that time that those are being held for financial capacity. And I think the separation is the instrument itself versus what you spend the resources on. So we're accounting for the financial instrument, not the how it's subsequently used or what it's funding. And again, if you look at the mechanics of how the accounting works in the standard, it's about using that fair value, the financial capacity of the instrument, to strip out the concession and account for that separately. So I don't think it's possible to kind of mix the two, or you essentially would not have the concession to recognize, and then you'd be providing less transparent information on the substance of the transaction, which is why the board originally landed on financial capacity being the primary objective of financial instruments.
Dave, do you want to add on to that? And I want to just check.
I would just say I agree with everything Ross said on the concessionary loan side. I would say on the equity investment side, I think when I hear what you're speaking of, I think you're talking about strategic investments. So you might make an investment in an agricultural firm because you're worried about the food security within your country or something like that. And I think as you increase your investment, it becomes strategic. That's where you start to move into the, I think it was the IPSAS 36 or 37 space. And that's why we want to look at these types of investments and whether there's financial or operating capacity, going back to Liang's question a few minutes ago.
Claudia, back to you on this. I just want to check, are the other board members in on this point, or is this? Okay, so Claudia, back to you.
I understand that we in the financial instrument, the concessionary component, we take them out and account separately. I understand everything, but I could agree on the conclusion we said because they're only held for their financial capacity in the financial instrument standard. I don't say that the accounting outcome, it might be different, but the reasons where we're explaining why we are not including the measurement and why we didn't have a look in the standard is because all financial instruments only held for their financial capacity. I can't agree on this sentence. It's the main topic what I want to commit.
Okay, so we need to work on that. As set out, that recommendation is what you're saying doesn't work, but actually the rationale needs to be explained more clearly. Okay. I think it was Liang, then Noyati, then Renee in terms of order.
I have another comment about the analysis in paragraph 5. We say financial assets in scope of IPSAS 41 are held for either the collection of contract cash flow or for the generation of cash flow by selling the financial asset. But actually, when I read paragraph 39 to 43, the classification of financial asset, actually, my reading is that the purpose, the business model to head for the collection of contractual cash flow is only applicable to debt instrument because actually, if we look at equity instrument, actually, they may not have contractual cash flow, because for equity instrument, actually you invest the money, but it is not certain you can get back the money or you can get the dividend. So my reading of this paragraph is that collection of contractual cash flow is not applicable to equity instrument. So I would suggest that we revise the way we make the analysis. And another point, as I just mentioned, that actually I'm quite struggling about the equity instrument, because also, as Claudia just mentioned, maybe it in addition to the financial capacity, maybe you also held the investment for other purpose. So maybe we need to look into detail about the equity instrument, and together, as I just mentioned, together with other equity instrument using equity method. Thank you.
And Liang, that would then be consistent with your comments earlier about IPSAS 36 and 37, would it?
Yeah.
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 Okay. So I think the point is staff need to take that away and have a look at that. Is that right? Yeah. Okay. So if I go to Noyati next, and then I'll go to Renee after that.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, I have a same view as Claudia, because not all financial instrument is for the financial capacity. For that, the reason of the conclusion is not on their financial capacity, but maybe moving forward, maybe the staff would analyze the potential of what kind of financial instrument which is on the financial capacity and the operational capacity. So maybe the operational capacity would I don't know, the results would be on there is a potential of COV applicability in that particular financial instrument. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's helpful. I mean, it is this issue about policy loans, isn't it? That what is the nature of those? That's what we need to actually bottom out and be clear what our approach is to those conceptually, and whether that's consistent with COV or whether that's actually something slightly different. Okay, Renee, to you next.
Yes, thank you. So I want to reinforce everything that's been said. I think concessionary loans is an example, but also equity investment. I look at examples where the government in cases has bailed out some private corporations and took an equity position in those corporations. I would think that the purpose of this, the policy purpose for this, may not be to generate future financial capacity. There may be also the example of investing in agriculture. I think you used agriculture investment, or someone did. That's another good example where we may take an equity position, but again, it's to help build a specific sector in the economy. So those are examples that come to mind. And originally I wasn't thinking about those. So thank you for the conversation. I think we're refining our thinking here.
Okay, I mean, I think we're going to need to think this through quite carefully, because it does seem to me that the question is actually what in substance happens at the beginning, and particularly if I think about concessionary loans, then there actually is an impairment at the start, and I think then it's a question about what happens on subsequent measurement. Ross?
Yeah, I think there's also an issue that some of the standards we're going to be looking at are aligned with IFRS, and the transactions aren't different in the public or the private sector. Again, when you're talking about the vehicles, not the intent of what you're going to spend the cash resources on. And we spent a lot of time working through that in the original projects. I don't think, because we now have a public sector specific measurement basis, we should now rethink of whether there are new public sector differences we didn't identify in the first project. So I think there's an issue there on the extent we want to maintain alignment.
Yeah, I think we need to think this through very carefully as to whether it's actually a change or whether actually this does fit. I think there's a difference between us wanting to make changes and the question is actually, so I think we just need to think that through. I can see the point that's being made, but we just, as you say, we need to be very careful before we rush in and make a change on what is, and I think one of the strengths of the standard is it's highly aligned. Todd.
Thanks, Ian. I think there is a point in what we have been discussing, but I'm broadly comfortable, I think, with the staff recommendation. And I think, as we've been talking about, I think it's finding a way to convey in some of these transactions what's going on, because in a concessionary loan, there's a transaction, part of which is non-exchange, giving something away, but what's left, I think, meets the definition of a financial instrument and is accounted for at fair value, and sensibly so. So there is a way that we need to, and maybe a diagram will help. I know we talked about diagrams earlier in the meeting, can help people visually, but you've got these transactions that have components, and the component that's left that's a financial instrument, I think we're getting the right accounting for. So if there's some way that we can perhaps take these various transactions that have been mentioned and just show diagrammatically perhaps that they do have a couple of components, and what we're talking about here is the financial instrument component of them, that might help people to see that perhaps the recommendation is okay, but there is a bit of work to do in terms of bringing this together, I think, from the conversation.
Thanks, Todd. I think that's helpful insight. Dave, you want to come back on that?
Well, not directly on Todd's point. I was just going to raise that current operational value wasn't really designed in the context of financial instruments. It's designed for how much you would pay to replace the service potential of an asset. And financial instruments don't have service potential. They're cash or a contract to receive cash or an equity instrument. So staff can go away and take a look at that again, but COV wasn't designed for cash instruments.
Todd, do you want to come back on that?
Yeah, if I can come back on that. I wasn't making my comments in the context of COV. I was making my comments in the context of there are transactions that are more at the operating end, and there are transactions that are more at the financial end. What we've got with concessionary loans is a combination of those two types of transactions in one, and it's sort of separating them out so that we can demonstrate that what we're doing in the financial instruments standard with the financial instrument part of those transactions makes sense.
Yeah, I think if you separate it in the way that I think you're suggesting, Todd, which is actually what happens in terms of initial recognition, and then what is the subsequent measurement issue, and how that reconciles, in terms of the approach that we've got, how that reconciles then or not, and that's the decision that we need to make. That clarifies it for staff. Okay, Abdullah.
Thank you, Chair. And I agree with Dave's comments. And in my mind, I would want to re-emphasize our position in COP and why it was introduced, because as you said, Chair, we need to be careful. If we open the discussion, it will be applicable to everything. We will go to every instrument we have. We'll say the concessionary leases, the concessionary elements of the loans, and then we will get into the area where we want to hold entities accountable. But if we introduce COV, especially to the financial parts, the financial instruments, we will get ourselves into something. I don't think we will have a really defined answer for it. Thank you.
Okay, Lynn.
When I read this paper, I was happy with the staff recommendation. So say that at the outset. And I think part of the issue that we have is the way that we seem to have gone very rules-based about operating capacity equals COV, financial capacity equals fair value. And I guess I would perhaps, and so then that drives us to think, oh, we need to do something on financial instruments that we hold for strategic policy reasons that's different. But I think actually, to my mind, perhaps we need to say, well, there are going to be some instruments that you hold that the financial capacity does represent the service capacity. And so therefore fair value is appropriate. And I don't think we've sort of fully explored that, and because we've got ourselves into this very rules-based, hold it for operating capacity equals COV. And I just think perhaps we need to find a way of navigating through to say, where are the instances that financial capacity is the right measure for something that you hold for policy reasons. So when I read the staff recommendations, I did think about concessionary loans or equity instruments, but came to the conclusion actually the valuation base that we've got in IPSASB 41 is the right basis for those, that we'd explored that previously and when we've thought about the public sector implications previously, and actually measuring them in the way that we are in that standard is, to my mind, representative enough of what they represent for my service potential. So that's why I was comfortable with the recommendation. So I wonder if it's about how we navigate, explore it. Maybe what Todd is saying about a diagram might help. But like I say, when I read the paper, I did think about those other instruments and then concluded that actually the measurement basis that we've got in 41 was the right basis for us, even for those instruments. And I think we shouldn't try and unpick that just because we've got this sort of ourselves into this almost rules-based thing about operating capacity equals COV and financial capacity equals something different.
Thanks, Lynn. I think that's helpful. Ross.
Yeah, just want to say thanks, Lynn, for that comment. I think you encapsulated a process we went through when we did IPSASB 41 and the public sector specific financial instruments project, because we very much considered what's the appropriate measurement basis based on the nature of the instrument and how it's used. And they're kind of one and the same, including a CP that looked at very specific types of instruments that you, if we were taking this analysis, you might say was held for operational capacity, but the board and constituent feedback still flagged very clearly that fair value was the right way to measure them. So I don't think we should be too rules based in this. And I don't think we should unpick the many years of financial instruments work we did on this. I think there'd be a bit of a reputational issue if we did that. And I think if you look at the definition of COV, to Dave's point, actually what COV says as you measure it, and then you talk about financial instruments, doesn't really make sense to what we've developed. And I think you're, again, maybe because of the operational capacity link, you're trying to jam a concept in to a type of transaction where it was just not designed for. I think the purpose of this project is to determine if COV is applicable or not. But I don't think we should try and force it where it's not designed for. I think it would be, going in the wrong direction.
Thanks, Ross. So, I mean, I think actually it's probably quite a good test case, this, because, for the reasons that Lynn's outlined, and certainly I came to it with the same sort of mindset, if you like, I think that Lynn did. And so I think some more nuanced thinking perhaps then in terms of taking Todd's point in terms of, well, what happens on day one in terms of initial recognition. We've got those different components, and then what happens subsequently and how does that fit? Because I think, we, as Lynn was saying, I think we're reasonably happy about the kind of what, financial impact we've been reflecting, but it's just actually how that fits and how that, so not change for change's sake, but actually how does, we're kind of testing the new model that we've got, particularly for subsequent measurements, I think. Then.
Yeah, and sometimes I think we get ourselves into the oh, fair value is a bad valuation for us when we're holding for policy reasons. And I don't think it is. I think we've got it right in 41. So I think we have to get ourselves away from that mindset that we shouldn't be using fair value, because there's appropriate times to use fair value. And I think this is one.
Okay, so I think we're clear about it is the area around concessionary loans and equity that needs further thought here. And that does link in with the earlier point that the flag that Liang raised in terms of, okay, how does all of this square with IPSAS 36 and 37? And I guess there's also, this is where I hadn't really kind of focused on the ISB's project on financial instruments with characteristics of equity, the FICE project. There may be something that's helpful there as well. So I think those are the areas to sort of have a think about in terms of thinking our way through this before going any further. Okay, other points anybody wants to raise in terms of the analysis on IPSAS 41? Todd.
Not so much on 41, but some of what's come out of this discussion could be quite helpful thinking to bring in as we go through the broader project, because in a lot of these other standards, we're going to come across, well, there might be these sort of hybrid transactions. It's partly, we're giving something away because of policy reasons or want something, and we're retaining something that maybe is a little bit more commercial. So making sure that we keep that sort of mindset as we're going through, so that, again, we can demonstrate to the board in terms of where we land that it is appropriate because of the way that two different parts of some of these transactions could be accounted. It could just be helpful to keep that in mind.
Thanks, Todd. Camira.
Thanks, Sherry. My comment is not on IPSAS 41, but more in general about this phase 2 of COV. I was wondering whether the staff is considering to do some kind of testing, because I think we have got it right in the sense that we have now an approved standard with the definition of COV and also guidance on the techniques and everything. But I think it's good if we can take a look at more at the practical level. So the theoretical level is already, we have good principles, but now it's to see in practice is if this COV measurement basis is actually addressing the gaps that we were pretending to address. And I know that there are resources limitations, but perhaps if as a strategy, when we publish the new pronouncements, if we can incentivize or encourage preparers to do some testing and to give us feedback on what were the results, so that can somehow help us improving the COV and also making use perhaps of the academic advisory group. So all the means, so people that have free resources to do that and to give us feedback on what is the result, because it's a totally new measurement base. So it's good to have feedback on the practical application. Thanks.
Thanks, Camira. And I think we've got to be very careful about what the scope of this particular piece of work actually is. And so, if you like, what this is doing is saying, we have COV now as in IPSAS 46. Now, how might that be applicable to, to add as a tool to our existing guidance? And that's probably different from where we'll go when we sort of talk about the development of the next strategy, where we're going to need to think about that dialogue with constituents as they start to use guidance, and in particular, the more formal approach in terms of post-implementation reviews and so on. So I think we've just got to get some, be clear, this is just a review. This isn't the practical side. This is actually conceptually having the guidance. How does that fit, and can we give ourselves the ability to use that tool elsewhere? But then, as you say, the very important point as to how this is playing out in practice, we need to actually, really develop our thinking in how we do that generally. And I think we do need to have a discussion when we get into the, into the strategy session, if that's okay. So Agustina, Dave, back to you at this stage. Anything else that you want to cover today? Okay, I mean, I think that shows there's going to be a lot in this project, and it'll manifest differently depending on which standard we look at. But I think it shows it's definitely worthwhile as well from the point of view of the coherence of the suite. Good. Okay. So with that, then we move on to natural resources. Just take a minute whilst Edwin comes to the table. Okay. Okay. So Edwin, kick us off in terms of looking at what our constituents said, back to what is a very topical area. Certainly, if you were there for the balance sheet session on Monday, I think the fact that 38% of the assets were natural resources, and I know I cast a few questions as to. Interesting in terms of some of the comments we're getting back. So I think that shows how this is highly topical and highly relevant. So Edwin, over to you.
Thanks, Ian. So as Ian said, we looked at the comments received for the consultation paper that was issued last May. The comment period closed in October. And we got 49 responses from a wide range of constituents. So not just the typical preparer and users of the financial statements, but also responses from climate research groups, environmental action groups, and also quite a few letters from First Nations and Indigenous organizations as well. So overall, the responses commended the IPSASB for taking on this really topical issue and what many perceive to be a very challenging issue. But they did raise quite a few concerns about our consultation paper. And on this slide, I've grouped the concerns into 4 main themes that we'll be looking at today. So the first theme was really concerns over the general description of a natural resource. So if you recall from the CP, we proposed to describe a natural resource as a naturally recurring resource in accordance with the framework that has not been subjected to human intervention or still in its natural state. And the concern there is actually over 80% of the respondents noted that the requirement for the resource to be in its natural state is really difficult to implement. And they said specifically for human intervention, it's very judgmental. And we didn't actually specify a degree of human intervention in the CP. So many were questioning, well, because of climate change, does that automatically mean everything is already subject to human intervention? So nothing would be in scope. Others raised concerns where there could be resources where we are trying to conserve or preserve them. So by conserving or preserving them, would that actually be human intervention, which would take them out of scope and would pretty much contradict the entire point of this project? So that was the first key concern. The second one is recognition in the general purpose financial statements. So as you may recall from the CP, we said that if a resource meets the asset recognition criteria, then you can recognize them as an asset in the financial statements. And we did go through subsoil resources in more detail and said that it will be challenging for recognition. And then for water and living resources, we said that recognition is potentially possible in certain situations. So quite a few constituents noted specifically for subsoil resources that the IPSASB was too ambiguous. And in fact, they actually said we should have just came out in the CP and said recognition is highly unlikely. I don't have specific quotes, but the one that struck me the most was one of the first letters I read actually said, well, subsoil recognition is inconceivable. We were surprised that the IPSASB went there. So very strong comments on that front. The next key theme was because of the limited or the expected limited recognition in the general purpose financial statements, many of our constituents were asking, well, should we really be focusing on the financial statements or should we pivot this project and focus more on reporting in the broader general purpose financial reports? So stuff outside the statements, like in MD&A or annual report type disclosures. And the other than not meeting the recognition criteria, a lot of constituents brought up that, well, this would also resolve any auditability issues, because if you had disclosures in the financial statements, you may still run into problems getting those audited or signed off by your auditors. And the last theme was aligning our guidance for extractive activities based on IFRS 6 and also on development costs based on IFRIC 20. So for that one, we did get general support for developing guidance through an alignment project. Okay. So before I go into how we plan to resolve this, I'll just pause here for the board for any comments.
Thanks, Edwin. Any comments before we get into the detailed issues in terms of the overall response and so on? Oh, Thomas.
Yeah, thank you. The CAG discussed this, the topic of natural resources in the June 2021 meeting. And I think one probably overarching recommendation when you're moving on is what came out of this discussion when we talked about the description on one side, but also on the place of reporting on the other side, financial statements and financial reporting, is that obviously the first thing that you have to clarify is what is the purpose of why are you requesting that? So what's the purpose of reporting you are kind of targeting? And that probably has an influence then on the description on one side, but also on the question, where do you kind of want this reporting to be? Is it stewardship purposes or is it financial reporting purposes? So that's like as a general recommendation for moving on.
Thanks, Thomas. Liang.
Actually, I always has a question in my mind recently, in particular, when we discussed about our future project about sustainability reporting. Actually, I understand when people comment our CP on natural resources, because we have not say we will do this sustainability reporting project. So people may not comment in this way. Actually, when I read the comment letters actually, and the staff analysis just now, some people comment about the recognition in the general purpose financial statement and also the disclosure in the wide general purpose financial reports. And I also think it over if the focus of our project is on the reporting in the general purpose financial report, how can we draw the line between this project and our another project about natural resources for sustainability reporting? So actually, I'm quite struggle on this. Thank you.
Thanks, Liang. Any other thoughts initially? I mean, I think both your point, Liang, and I think, Thomas's, summary of what came out of the CAG are entirely consistent in terms of trying to be very clear about what we're doing with this project as opposed to anything else and what the boundaries around this actually are. And I do think that goes back to the opening comment I made, which is actually to what extent can jurisdictions actually recognise natural resources on their balance sheets, because there is a very great temptation for them to put items on their balance sheet to if you like, plug a gap to address deficits elsewhere. So actually that gives you a strong rationale for why we might do this for financial reporting purposes, but then it does leave those challenges that you've referred to, Liang, in terms of, okay, what then would you disclose in a set of financial, GPFR conventional reports as opposed to the broader reporting? So it's a very good question, but that, it's maybe the kind of, a bit like that quote from JFK, isn't it? That, we're not doing it because we're not doing the easy thing. We're doing the hard thing, but because it's important. Sorry, I mangled that quote, but anyway, you know what I mean. Noyati.
Thanks, Chair. About this one, I'm in a view of whether we should focus on the GPFR instead of GPFS, because in our jurisdiction, if let's say we have a subsoil resources then, but for the government's perspective, we just only get royalties instead of the true view of the asset down the earth. So I think that have to be considered in this project as well. Thank you.
Thanks. And I think that kind of comes back to that point in terms of the general description, because it's that point at which point does something that you potentially have as an asset under the ground actually become something different when you can sell the, so Murray.
Thank you. My point is as similar as Rianne's point, and so we have to consider carefully what kind of natural resources scoped in the balance sheet and public sector asset balance sheet, and there were financial asset and infrastructure and natural resources, and so the natural resources so dangerous to so many natural resources exist, and so maybe the asset definition of the asset is so important, and the objectives of the general purpose financial reporting is so important, and so maybe it is dangerous. Maybe all the natural resources are not under the human control should not be included in the financial reporting, and so in case of the sustainability reporting, we have to. It is our human beings' responsibility to conserve and the natural resources. So it should be this difference and a distinction between the what kind of natural resources included in the financial statement and what kind of natural resources is included in the sustainable reporting. We should be carefully consider, I think. Thank you.
Thanks, Murray. I think that's a very strong exhortation, and that leads us very neatly into the discussion around the first issue, I think, which is very much about how do we put that, assuming we move forward, how do we put that perimeter around what is in the financial statements and what isn't?
Yeah, so moving on to 12.2.2. So this paper is on the general description issue. And when staff first thought about this, our first question was, well, do we really need a delineation between natural resources and other resources? And we very quickly came to the answer, well, yes, we do, because everything that you see in front of you is at some point a natural resource or made from a natural resource. So if there's no boundary, then essentially everything would be under the scope of this project, and that doesn't make a lot of sense. So there has to be some way to separate what we're talking about in this project from other assets or other resources that would fall into other IPSAS. So at this point, we don't have an actual answer or recommendation to the board, but what we were thinking about is there could be two ways to approach this. We could continue with the principled approach, which is what we attempted to do in the CP, but refine it so that it does take into account constituents' concerns and things like, are things that are conserved or preserved part of natural resources, or is this something else? Or some constituents actually suggested a rules-based approach, which admittedly is not consistent with how we set our principal standards, but they've provided suggestions such as, well, can't you just have a very detailed listing of items that are considered natural resources, or maybe use the scoping within the standards themselves to somehow set up a boundary. So at this point, the staff is recommending that we take this issue away and work with the task force, and then we'll bring it back in June with what we have developed so far. So,
thanks, Edwin. And I think if you like, probably the first thing that we as a board need to agree is on that strategic question. That we do actually need a delineation between natural and other resources, and I think that if we can just make sure that whether we have agreement on that or not, and then the comment on the sort of proposed approach to how we're, if we want that, how we achieve that. So perhaps if I could just open for comments from board members on whether they agree overall that we need to take this further in terms of providing delineation. Over you, Adrian.
Thank you, Chair. I personally believe, of course, that we need a delineation. Of course, that's obvious. And I thought that the arguments that are brought forward by some respondents is, in a way, giving the dog a bad name. It's, you see, when you read that given the human intervention, the human causes of climate change, everything would be considered as not in a natural state. Well, this is really too much. So I think the first stage of our proposals sounds quite useful and applicable. And as for me, I would very, very strongly oppose to a rules-based approach. First of all, because this is not basic principle of our board, of the work of our board. And second, it would create even more confusion going to a rules-based approach, because you would never, ever be able to list all the possible situations or descriptions of natural resources. The principle that a natural resources is what is openly available on Earth and has not been changed by human intervention, and also the discussion that human intervention should be defined in its proportion doesn't make sense. I mean, any human intervention is a human intervention. Preservation, we already discussed once, I remember, the issue of a preservation of a forest, for instance. Well, preservation is not, it depends. I mean, it's for people who report to assess whether this human intervention is important, substantial, conceptually substantial or not. So I do believe that we should absolutely stick to a principled approach.
Thank you, Adrian. Andrew, next.
Thanks. I think we need it, but I don't think now. I think we maybe need to push pause on getting a definition or a delineation for now. I think we don't exactly know. We haven't fully worked out where we're going. So what are we going to be producing guidance for in terms of, is it recognition? Is it measurement? Is it financial statements, broader financial reporting? I think until we know what that landscape looks like and where we want to go, I don't think that this is perhaps the best use of our resources at the moment. I think let's rather work out where we're going. Once we've worked out that, if, for example, we say it's the IFRS 6, it's subsoil resources, that's an easier definition to come to than this broader sort of concept that we're trying to get to here. So I think in general, I would say let's push pause on this part of it and then see how we work the way forward, and then we come back to the sort of a decision in future.
So I think there are chickens and eggs here, frankly. I mean, what you've said does come back to, are we writing a standard for just subsoil resources, or are we writing a standard for natural resources, tangible natural resources more broadly? And let's just agree that we're not going more broadly than tangible natural resources, because that really opens everything up. And I think we've agreed, the proposition is here, we need a delineation. The recommendation is actually to develop some thinking on what are the approaches rather than necessarily tying it down. So if we're not careful, everything becomes connected to everything else here. So I think the proposition is that we should at least we need to decide, are we going to have a delineation or not? And then we need to understand what the options for it actually are. Now, that may then come back into the other questions that we'll come to. But I think the question is, at the moment, do we need a delineation? And that's really what I'm looking for thinking on. So I think I'll take the other comments and we'll just see where we get to on this one. I'll go to Scott next, and then to Renee, and then to Todd.
Yeah, thank you. And I think we do need delineation here. I don't know how we do it without it. Speaking a little bit, Conway, across to it, I think we need more principle base, but maybe back to Andrew's point, I think as we move forward, I think some characteristics become more obvious to us. So I don't know how you're going to do rules-based, because as said earlier, there's just too many permutations. That's why you can't do rules-based, because there's too many permutations. So I think it's going to be a principle-based with some guiding characteristics that we would develop over time as we continue to look at the various things. So that'd be where I would recommend we go.
Okay, thanks, Scott. Renee, and then Todd, and then Lynn.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So Andrew's asking a good question. I personally thought that there was some clarity on the direction, that we did want accounting guidance on how to deal with these natural resources in the financial statement, irrespective of whether we're going to end up not having a whole lot recognized. Still, the accounting guidance, the clarification, I believe, is the objective of this project. So I think we're heading towards a piece of accounting guidance. I don't know if what kind of guidance. So I would want us to be clear on that. And I thought we were, but maybe we need to have that conversation. And I thought we were addressing tangible natural resources. So we were starting with subsoil, water, and living resources. I thought also that was pretty clear that our accounting guidance would address these particular topics, and that, yes, we have a stream 2. We also want to have guidance in stream 2 for non-financial statement reporting. But maybe we need to clarify that if it's not yet clear for the board.
Thanks, Renee. I'll take comments from Todd and from Lynn.
Thanks, Ian. It's interesting that you mentioned chicken and egg, because when Andrew was making his comments, I'm probably in the opposite end of things, because when I looked through these papers, I thought we need to be very clear about what natural resources are. If we've got comments back that is saying it's too fuzzy, we need a bit more clarity. Well, let's make sure that we are clear as a board about what we're talking in this space, because until we are clear, I don't know what the next steps necessarily are. Because if we narrowed what we thought in terms of natural resources, there may not be an accounting, recognition, measurement, etc. project to do here. So I think it's really important that we are clear as a board what's sort of in the scope, if you like, in terms of natural resources. So if we need to refine the principles to make sure that we're clear as a board, I would probably do that as the first step, and probably wouldn't do too much else until we are clear on that, because I think once we're clear on that, it'll dictate what might come next.
Okay, thanks, Todd. Lynn?
So I can see kind of like all sides of the discussion here. Our constituents have told us that they're finding, just sticking to the narrow question, I guess, our constituents have told us that they're finding the delineation with human intervention kind of like difficult to understand, difficult to apply in practice. I think we had the same discussions around this board table when we were debating definitions of natural resources and whether or not human intervention was helpful in that or not. I certainly don't think we should stick with it and go down a rules-based approach. I certainly don't think that is helpful. I think when we were trying to use it, we were trying to get what's in scope and what's out of scope. And if it's out of scope, is it because it's in scope somewhere else? And that's why we were trying to use it. I'm not sure that communication has got out there with sufficient clarity. It struck me when I read the responses. I think that people got hung up on some of the things we ourselves got hung up on around how on earth are you going to decide in practice if I conserve or preserve a forest, am I suddenly now out of scope? I think what we're hearing back from our constituents is that in practical terms, they're not understanding why we had this concept in there and whether or not the concept was therefore useful. So I think that if we are going to keep with some sort of delineation, we need to think very hard about what is it we're trying to achieve in this. Was it that we were setting out to say, look, we all intuitively understand what a natural resource is, but we've already got some guidance on these bits, and actually we need some guidance on these other bits. And so what is the purpose of the delineation? Is it saying, is something a natural resource or not? Or do we, and we did talk about this a bit on the CP, do we not have the delineation and just say, if your natural resource is extracted or it meets this characteristic, this is the standard you follow. If it meets this characteristic, this is the standard you follow. So I think we ought to explore binning not having the delineation, but instead having something that talks about characteristics and which accounting standard you would follow. And that's not put forward in the paper. What's put forward in the paper is continuing with it with a principles-based approach. And I think we ought to explore the option of not having the human resources or human intervention piece, or perhaps looking at it from maybe it's useful when we're looking at subsoil resources. Maybe it's entirely not useful when we're talking about water. Maybe it could be partly useful when we're talking about living resources. So I think we ought to explore the option of not having a delineation. In terms of some of the other comments about do we pause the project or not pause the project, I guess my observation is I think our constituents and our reputation, to my mind, says we should be taking something forward out of the responses that we received. I don't think the responses were saying don't take anything forward. I think we might want to think about the pace that we operate and how we get the interlinkages right with other work.
So I think the question here is, how far do we take a step back? We've already invested a lot of time in this project, and it was put onto our work programme as a financial reporting project. When we looked at this, we looked at it through the lens of the conceptual framework. I think clearly, as Lynn has said, there are problems with human intervention as the delineation, but equally what we recognised was that actually we have a number of other projects, or we have a number of other standards, which at some point you move into, but the piece that's missing is what tells you when you move into those other pieces of guidance, whether it's agriculture or whether it's property, plants and equipment, or and so therefore, in a way, this is a bit like the situation we faced with collective goods and services, that actually you know, what you're really telling people is where to go and what not to do, which I think our constituents have recognised in their comments, in terms of saying there might well be very little, if anything, that's actually recognised under this standard. But that's not a reason not to do the standard, because actually what we're trying to do is actually provide some certainty in a very important area. And I think if you go back to the Monday's event, what it showed you is natural resources is an incredibly sensitive area, and it's really important that there is some rigor applied in terms of what would be the criteria for recognition. And as we established in the way that we approached the consultation paper, we approached it generally through the lens of the conceptual framework. In using the three examples, we were not intending to limit the work to those. We were intending that those were three major categories, and we should test the principles in the framework against those. And I think, you know, the richness of the piece of work was it showed you that there are very different issues that you need to think about. So certainly we would need to think about, and this is sort of slightly stepping ahead, but if we take it forward, we would need to think about the right application guidance, the right implementation guidance that help people understand the various different issues. And in that sense, it is a bit like what we did with property, plant and equipment, that you have the overall principles and then you help people with the additional issues that there are around particularly difficult types of assets like infrastructure, like heritage and so on. So if you take a step back on that and say, well, the expectation we've set amongst our constituents is that we will provide guidance from a financial reporting perspective, which helps them decide what's in the financial statements and what isn't. That's probably still the project that we should do, because that's what they wanted in the first place. So then you follow on from a logic, which is actually then we would need some sort of way of helping delineate between what's in this standard and what's elsewhere. What I hear from the comments is that members are suggesting that it needs to be principle based. We clearly haven't got that right, and you know, as Lynn has said, the communication shows we haven't got that right. There would need to be guidance in any case. You know, if we can articulate the clear principles, you would need to give guidance. But it has to start from here's how we think about this, and here's how you know you're in this standard or you're in another standard. And that's probably what, if you like, the kind of fundamentals that we're talking about here, so that there should be a standard and it should be clear about what's here and what's elsewhere, even if that means there's nothing very much to recognise here. And essentially that's what we did with collective goods and services. We said, you know, but use the general guidance that you've got on provisions in that case. I'll go to Ross and then to Thomas. Oh, right, okay. Lutfi, and then I'm going to Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, actually, I agree with the recommendation of the staff that there should be a delineation of items to be considered as natural resources or not, and this will provide clear and or not will provide clear and unambiguous guidance for the stakeholders in applying the appropriate public sector accounting standards or policies, whether the items fall within the scope of natural resources or the scope of existing standards or policies. I think the use of, at this point, but it might be changed as we go along with our project. But I think at this time, the use of rules-based approach to implement the delineation might be more practical when applying the proposed standards. When we provide the detailed listings to our constituents or stakeholders, I think this will be helpful for them or beneficial for them. On the other hand, the use of the principled approach needs to further provide specific guidelines, especially on the concept of human intervention, which is quite, which is really quite vague as of now, and on what extent can one consider natural resources without human intervention, or what activities can constitute as human interventions. I think, as you have mentioned, we really have to, if we choose the principle based, then we really have to provide specific guidelines or clear guidelines, especially on the on human interventions, because this is really one of during our past discussions, we were also we had also hard time on understanding or what human intervention is when it comes to identifying whether an item is a natural resources or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy. Thomas, and then Renee. Oh, you're okay. I was going to ask whether you were still in or not. So Thomas, and then Nima.
Yeah, thanks, Ian. I think your summary very well described kind of a little bit the discussion of the CAG as well. Just reminded me that one kind of discussion point and one result was that there was the risk of confusing finding the general description with kind of the defining of the recognition criteria. That is step 2. So it's kind of overcomplicating things if we think already backwards from what will appear on the balance sheet. So first thing is, what's the objective and the scope of this project? That drives the delineation. Second step is then defining the recognition criteria. What out of what you have described would you want to be on the balance sheet? And third is then the measurement. But don't confuse the steps. Keep it simple and practical.
Thanks, Thomas. And I think, that goes with the way in which the subject was approached in the consultation paper, that very deliberately we followed the what is it we're talking about here? How does that fit with the definition of an asset? And something can meet the definition of an asset, but not be capable of recognition. And so the CP very deliberately followed that structure generally, and then applied that structure in the context of each of the 3 types that we examined to explore those issues in more detail. So again, following that, as we should, our conceptual framework seems logical for those reasons. Nima.
Thank you, Ian. Maybe when we're looking at the challenges which have been talked about here in the human intervention, I don't know if it will be appropriate to link with other definition of natural resources which are used by various countries, like the United Nations Framework for Classification of Natural Resources. Maybe that's the one which, if we compare with what we've defined, maybe that is where the confusion is coming from. Because the UN was looking at the source of origin, the stages of development, renewability, and the ownership, then to say maybe from there what they're using, what is natural resources in the definition of IPSASB and what is not based on that one, and see if there are any other definition of natural resources which are being used by countries and be able to align ourselves in that as we do with other standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Nima. So I think, you know, in a sense, I'm going to jump ahead here, but I think the fundamental decision has to be, are we going to continue with a financial reporting project in the way that we've, you know, the way we shaped it in the consultation paper? Is there a reason why we should not carry on with a financial reporting project? There are clearly plenty of issues here, but actually that was what constituents asked us to put on the work programme. That's the way we shaped the consultation paper. So I think that's the proposition, that we carry on with a financial reporting project, because it's really, really important in the public interest to understand what goes on the balance sheet. And I think, you know, the discussion on Monday showed the importance of that. So I think, you know, really the first point is, can we confirm as a board that this is a financial reporting project that we're talking about here? And it's actually to help constituents address that question about what goes on the balance sheet. So I think that's the first point, that we need to make sure that we are actually on the same page on this one, and then we can actually move forward with the subsidiary question about thinking about how you take that forward. David.
Thanks, Ian. Yes, I think we should go ahead with the project. I think the thing I took away from Monday's presentation, with 38% of GDP being natural resources, I think my reaction was very raised eyebrows, and how on earth you were measuring that. And I think from an accounting point of view, we need to put something out there that provides robust guidance on how in financial statements it should be reported. Now, I quite recognise the fact that from previous board discussions when we were developing the CP, and also, of course, are now supported by the comments we've received in the feedback, that there is likely to be very little on a financial accounting based balance sheet. And I think that is probably a very important message to get out there. So I think this project is important. I know it's going to be difficult. And so good luck to Renee leading the task force on it. But I think it is important for those reasons.
Thank you, David. Scott.
Yeah, thank you, Ian. Just to echo David's point, what concerned me about Monday was how they were measuring the 38%. And I think there's a huge void out there that we can help fill. And I think us getting some guidance out there will help fill that. So the dialogue, and just because maybe we can't measure it today doesn't mean we can't measure it tomorrow, because as this becomes more and more important, organizations are going to find ways, and we need to have something out there to help lead the way. So I think it is a financial measurement, but I think we definitely need to do something to help lead the way and fill the void.
Thanks, Scott. Abdullah, and then Mike.
Thank you, Ian. And mine is just a minor one, but if we're not getting into this project, how are we going to be getting into the League of Sustainability? We are having it as one of the pillars that we're going to be in our work into sustainability. If we don't get into this field, how we going to be moving forward with sustainability? That's the question I would have.
we need to come back to sustainability. I think the point is this comes out of our financial reporting work programme. So can we agree that at least on this one, the core is the financial reporting work programme? There are plenty of other questions in the other space, but can we agree that this is the focus at the moment? Mike, and then Adrien.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just want to underline what is having been said, because as we heard those importance of natural resources on Monday, I think it's definitely worth that we continue here. And I think even if you take it from a financial statements or financial reporting point, that will be a major step forward, because it's not only recognition on balance sheet or P&L or not, it's just more, it's a disclosure thing, and then that a little bit broader financial reporting thing.
Thanks, Mike. Adrien.
Thanks, Chair. Well, obviously, we have two issues in that. We have the issue of defining what is the natural resources and the issue of measuring the natural resources, as was rightly said. And as also, as Scott rightly said, we don't know if we won't be able to measure in the future. Just think that in, let's say, 40 years back, we were not able to exactly accurately measure the volume of available oil in an oil field, except with very basic geological measures. But now it's more and more accurate with more and more sophisticated tools to measure that. So the issue is not that important. It's a matter of principle. Yes, indeed, we need to know if a natural resources is measurable or not, and we have addressed that in the CAP, of course. Second, I'm sorry that I used the rude expression, give your dog a bad name and hang it, because. But obviously, I think that the number of arguments are of that kind. It will be difficult. It is difficult to have and succeed in delineating principle-based what are the natural resources. It will be difficult to measure the natural resources, but it's not because it's difficult that we shouldn't do it. And I think we should do it, given what has been said, 38%, et cetera. It's going to be a very, very substantial part of financial statements of governments in the future, and even more linked to the sustainability reporting, because, of course, the intervention and the human intervention of natural resources could of course, jeopardize the value and the capacity and the economic capacity of those resources in the future. So let's move forward.
Thank you, Adrien. Lynn.
Thanks. So I agree with everything that's been said in terms of moving forward as a financial reporting project and through that lens. When I reflect on the topic, I always think in my own mind of almost a funnel of what is constraining us recognizing these assets and liabilities on the balance sheet. And I think there are liabilities here as well in terms of our obligations to preserve and maintain. What prevents us from recognizing those on our balance sheet is not just the measurability piece, it's also the, when is a resource an asset? So there is a need to think about natural resources and when do they meet the asset definition, and if they meet the asset definition, can I measure it or not? And so again, it's back in some respects to that communication piece. But I do wonder if there also is some research that we can work with the academic group on in this area as well. A challenge for us, should we revisit our asset definition? Should we revisit our liability definition? There are think pieces out there from people like the Capital Markets Coalition that are encouraging the IASB to do just that. So I wonder if there's some parallel work that we can encourage in the academic community that might help us down the line. But let's keep this project from an IPSASB only point of view, from this board's point of view, as a financial reporting project with the constraints of our current conceptual framework. And that is a constraint to us, which is why we will never get to 38% of our balance sheet being natural resources, because just being a natural resource doesn't meet our definition of asset currently. And if it does, we still struggle to measure it.
So I think, clearly things will develop. If we put some stakes in the ground, we give people relatively simple, high-level principles on what can be recognised on the balance sheet. I think, the points are well made in terms of, if you like, measurement techniques allowing recognition will change and will evolve and will improve. And I think to Lynn's point, clearly, when you look through the financial sustainability lens, then understanding what can come into the financial statements later, and so on. Those are really important. Those are important from an accountability point of view, from a PFM point of view. But I think if we can start off by saying this is a financial reporting project, and we are going to proceed with providing guidance that will help people determine what is recognised and what is not, what needs to be disclosed. Essentially, the proposition that we put forward in the consultation paper, that will help us move forward and provide guidance that our constituents clearly do need. So I think, where we need to get to is, can we as a board confirm that is the lens that we are going to continue to apply, that we have started to try and do through the consultation paper? So can I just have confirmation that we are going to proceed with this as a financial reporting project? Does anybody disagree with that? There's clearly broader issues that we need to look at through other lenses, but okay. So I think if we get to that stage, that is the overall direction, then we can come back and discuss some of these more detailed issues that Edwin has identified through the responses. I think that's the point at which we take a break for lunch. So if people can come back here at 1:30 as per the agenda. Thank you. Okay, so if we can come back to the table and then we'll move on. So thanks for coming back promptly, everybody. So in terms of just sort of, if you like, framing the next section of the discussion, having taken the decision before lunch that we're going to move forward with a financial reporting project, in terms of how we move through that, I think it would be quite helpful if we looked at the components of what might go into an IPSAS in terms of what's the objective, what's the scope, what might be there in terms of recognition, what might need to be there in terms of disclosure, because we've got bits of that already from the CP process, and we know as well where our constituents actually have challenges, and we've talked about the issues around human intervention. So if you like, as a broad next step, perhaps the thing to do is for Edwin to sort of, if you like, sketch out what the frame might be and where we've got bits of information, where we've got challenges, and so that would allow us to sort of begin to work on the components of what might be in the IPSAS, or in the exposure draft in the first case. And I think then that would pick up on, for example, the point that Andrew made in terms of, well, we might well not want to work on the description at this point in time. We might want to work on some of the other bits, because if we're clearer on some of the other bits, then actually that would allow us to come back to the description, and we know that actually helped us in finalising the measurement standard, because we were struggling with what the COV definition was, but we worked through all the various different other bits, and then we came back and actually it became a much simpler discussion to have once we got that overall geography. So if members, I'd just like to take a sort of view, if members are happy that, we have that outline, and then we work out what are the bits where we have support, what are the bits where we need to develop more, and so on, based on that, and then we can go back and sort of discuss some of the other bits that we've already got. So if I can just check whether the board would be content with that sort of overall approach, that we have a bit more of a map and then we work our way through what the components are. Is everyone okay with that? And we will work, we can work on the sequencing later, but I think, Andrew's suggestion there might be very helpful. We kind of come back to the description later once we've worked up those other bits. So if we've got that, kind of frame in our minds, perhaps we can just sort of work through and give, comments to on, some of the analysis that we've got here. Just going back to the description, and clearly we need to work out when we actually do that. I think I was hearing support for there needing to be some sort of delineation, and that probably ought to be principle based, but we recognize the challenges in how you do that and how you communicate that. Are people okay with that as a summary of the discussion that we had earlier then? Okay. So I think, clearly that's then for the task force to go away and have a think about that. And Edwin had identified options at either end of the spectrum. And we'll see some proposals back on that at a point, but that may not be the next meeting. There may be other things that we see first. Okay.
Okay, so the next issue I would like to talk about is the cost of exploration, evaluation, and extraction. So essentially IFRS 6 and IFRIC 20. And based on the letters that came back, only about 8% of respondents actually disagreed with alignment of guidance from these pieces of IFRS literature. And their basis for disagreement was mostly because they questioned whether it was relevant for the public sector. Now, when we did the project brief, we already heard from certain countries that they have co-production agreements that are accounted for as joint arrangements. So we know that these are actually relevant activities for them. So what staff recommend is to have an alignment project to bring in the guidance from IFRS 6 and IFRIC 20. But because it was also very clear that constituents understood that the accounting for these costs are separate from the accounting of the underlying natural resources, we propose that this be a separate IPSASB, but still within the natural resources project. And we'll also continue to monitor developments at the ISB because they have noted that in September of this year, they're going to make a decision on how they would go about creating new disclosures potentially. So I'll pause here and see if the board has any comments.
Okay, anybody disagree with that recommendation based on the feedback, but also based on the original project brief? Okay, so I think we're fine with that recommendation.
Okay, so the last paper was going to address how to move forward on recognition, and we've already had the discussion. So originally I was going to say that we recommend the development of an exposure draft focused on financial reporting within the statements. Sounds like we're pretty much already there. One thing I do want to point out, and I think Lynn kind of alluded to this, is at first I was going to say this exposure draft will need to incorporate the concerns from respondents. And one of the main concerns was when they looked at recognition of natural resources as an asset, a few letters actually pointed out that we as a board seem to be oversimplifying the issue and focusing on measurement. But these respondents were actually very concerned that we might not get there from a control perspective. And they actually provided pretty good examples for subsoil resources, living resources, and water on how they don't think they could really get to a place where they're comfortable that entities will have control. So we'll have to work that into the analysis. So originally, the project roadmap actually said we would develop an ED for September. I don't think that would be reasonable given that originally, we were going to develop an ED just on subsoil resources, but now we're going to expand that and develop an exposure draft on all tangible natural resources. And then subsoil, water, and living resources will just be specific examples within this ED. And as Ian said, I'll start by putting together a shell of what we have and what we still need, and then we will proceed with the task force and come back in June to share our findings.
Everyone content with that in terms of the way forward? Todd.
Thanks, Ian. When we talk about developing an ED, this is an ED of a brand new standard, or depending on where we get to as we work through all of these issues, could it be like we've done in other cases where we're looking at embedding things into existing standards, or could it be a combination of the both? Or what are we talking about by development of an ED? Because Edwin was just saying that from some of the comment letters, they're questioning whether you would actually have control of some of these natural resources. So we could be in a position where we set out a whole lot of recognition, measurement, etc., guidance, which doesn't take you anywhere if you can't get past the whole control thing. So I agree we need to do the project. I agree we need to get some guidance or something authoritative out there so people know what to do. I'm just, I suppose, questioning where that might take us, depending on, you know, the way we analyze what we've got and where we land.
So I think at the moment, we need to work on the basis that, you know, the hypothesis that this would become a separate piece of guidance, even although a lot of it might just be actually cross-referencing into other standards, however that's done in the way that we identified within the CP that we have other standards that are relevant, like inventory, PP&E, and so on, and we would have another standard based on IFRS 6, and probably, and I think we need to test this through sort of mapping it out. You know, a number of the comments have been made up until now that we need to allow for the fact that at some point in time, as for example, methods of, you know, quantifying subsoil resources as an example might improve or whatever, so that we set principles and then we allow for you know, if we direct people to where they might go for guidance and so on. So I think if we try that, you know, and then if that really isn't working, then we'll see whether there is another way. But it seems like that probably would be the way forward, because it doesn't really fit, as we know. It's not like we could fit heritage and infrastructure into PP&E. Do you want to come back on that, Todd?
Yeah, I suppose in my mind, the ED could potentially end up being a disclosure ED as opposed to recognition and measurement, because even thinking through, if you controlled, say, underground minerals or something, so you got over the hurdle of you control it, and then you get over the hurdle of being able to quantify what's in the ground, there's still going to be real challenges over how you measure that and put a number on it in a set of financial statements. Because the fact that you might have at the current price of that mineral 100 million currency units worth of something under the ground, I'm not convinced that that's the number you want on the balance sheet, because there's a lot of costs involved in being able to extract and all of that sort of thing. So there's a whole lot of challenges to actually think about if we're going down a track of recognition, measurement, etc., in an exposure draft. And I think if we're trying to do this for all tangible natural resources, we're going to have a project that's going to take years and years to do. So I think we have to go into this recognizing we want guidance out there, absolutely need some guidance out there. But I think we do need to be open to this may not be what everyone may be looking for in terms of getting some numbers on the balance sheet and that sort of thing. So just a caution around that, I suppose.
I mean, inevitably, as in any of our standards, you would have disclosure requirements, and you're quite right that we need to think it through. But if you think about the lens we took in the CP, we said there might be things, to your point, which are assets that don't meet the measurement criteria. And I think that's where I think it was chapter 6 then sort of developed some thoughts on disclosure. I guess the question would be, would the board, though, be sufficiently happy to sort of say, you can't measure these things, or actually just that you help people through the thought process so that we don't rule out, but actually we're very clear about what the criteria are. And maybe that's the point, that we actually should allow Edwin just to mock up what that might look like and see whether we're happy with that as a kind of shell, if you like, and then, you know, start to populate it, but recognizing, as you say, and I think our constituents have recognized, that there may be little, if anything, that at the moment actually goes over that threshold of measurement that would allow you to recognize it. But at least then we lay off for the future in terms of you might have something sufficiently certain that you can do it, but we've been clear about what the threshold would be. So we've given you the tools to do it. Over to you if you can find something that actually allows you to do it.
I think there will still be the challenges in how you measure and whether we're going to have enough to be able to articulate appropriately in the standard at this point about how you will go about that. I just have a question mark over that. I suppose in my mind at present, I'm open to exploring it and seeing if we can get there, but I can see some huge challenges in doing that at present without having more information to be able to actually get to a number that's going to make sense in a set of, general purpose financial statements to come up with a currency unit number that you would actually put on a balance sheet for some of these things.
I mean, I don't think anybody would disagree with what you said, but I think it's a question of actually, can we write a standard that at least gives people the framework for thinking about it? Because I think it also comes back to that. What we saw on Monday is actually, would we see that 38% going on the balance sheet? Probably what we're trying to do is set out the criteria, which actually might mean that you might do estimates, but it's not balance sheet. So we set the bar, and then it's up to people whether they can get over that bar or not. And, so that's probably, if we can then, if Edwin can at least give us that shell, then we can start to work with those various different bits and develop our thinking. And that's where we would need to think about, well, how would you signpost people to where to look? Because there are other sources of guidance, as we know, subsoil, there are various different measures and things like that, Okay, I think we're going to need to work with it and then see where we get to. Lynn.
Can I just be clear in terms of my own understanding on scope when we talk about disclosures? And what I mean by this is, I think sometimes we model in our thinking, have I got an asset? Right, if I've got an asset, can I recognize it and can I measure it? And we talk very broadly about natural resources all the time. Well, some of those natural resources do not meet the asset criteria. And I just want to be clear, are we asking the task force to only consider an ED once you've met the criteria for being an asset? Or are we asking for the task force to develop an ED, including disclosures on wider natural resources, where I think we then butt into other projects? And I'm not clear in my mind from the paper and the discussion. So we sort of very quickly dip into some of them, they are assets, but we can't measure them, so we should disclose, but some of them don't meet the asset criteria, and we just need to make sure we've got the scope right there, so we're all on the same page when something comes back.
Well, I think that's why I'm proposing that we have a plan, because I think we have already been through that thinking. What we need to do is actually locate ourselves back in the structure, the logical structure that we developed for the CP, which actually went through the steps in the conceptual framework, and then actually took people to do I have an asset? Can I recognize that asset? How do I disclose that? Equally, I go outside if I have got an asset, but I can't measure it. So I think until we see that logic flow, then we're not going to be clear. And I think back to Andrew's point, if we try and start right at the top and go through it linearly, we may not get there. So we're going to need to iterate on this. But until we see that map, I don't think we can be absolutely clear on any of the components. And that's the point.
so the reason why I was saying what I'm saying is I think we should be limiting our ED to things that we think qualify as assets, in my view. And the reason why I say that is because once you go wider to mandate disclosures on things that we don't think could potentially be an asset, and it's only the measurement that's stopping us recognizing it, then where does this sit with the sustainability project? So that's why I'm saying what I'm saying in terms of my view is the exposure draft should stick to only considering disclosures of things that we think are assets, whether or not we recognize them.
Ross?
Yeah, I would completely agree with you, Lynn. I think it should be limited to assets that you recognize in our standard. And we have talked about the need for broader reporting outside of IPSAS. I think the items you're talking about that don't meet the recognition criteria or measurement criteria need to be in those broader reports. And I think it's not a completely unknown area. If you look to the private sector guidance, you look how the private sector accounts for subsoil resources, for example, they have technical reports and things like that talk about quantities and values, but those are outside the financial statements in those geological technical reports, annual reports. I don't think it'd be appropriate to have that kind of disclosure within the financial statements if those assets aren't recognized. So I think that should be a line that the task force adopts in developing this standard.
Yeah. I think that's helpful if we go down that route. Good. Any other comments at this stage? Okay. I mean, going back to that point about if we have that kind of overall map in our, then inevitably that will influence what the time frame is in terms of developing the various different components and putting it all together. And I think, you know, we know that from our own experience, there will be some iterations, so we need to allow for that iteration in developing the route map because we don't want to overpromise and underdeliver. I think on this one, it clearly is going to be really high profile, so we need to allow time for developing the components and then for putting it together and iterating on that in order not to set unrealistic expectations. I think the phrase about being taught but realistic comes to mind. Okay. So I think with that gives sufficient direction to Edwin, but also to allow the task force to begin work. And obviously we did have a previous task force that was chaired by Lindy Bodevig. Renee has very generously stepped up to the plate in terms of taking that on. What we do want to do now as part of the piece that, you know, the requests that Ross alluded to, because we've had a number of changes and so on, is to actually reconvene the task force to move into this next stage. So if you are interested and you have specific experience, then please do let Ross know. And we've set the early deadline of the end of this meeting because we want to allow the task force to get moving. And it's not just this one, it's the other ones that we also want to get set up. Okay, so I think with that, our proposal is that we will finish the formal business for the meeting today, we don't want to get in, we need to move into a discussion next on sustainability reporting, and we don't want to start that and then have to stop that and start again tomorrow. So recognising that we are ahead of schedule, we want to close the formal business for today. What we would then like to do is then, if people can remain, we would like to have a short discussion about the rest of the meeting. So Leah, if you can stop the formal streaming.